What is going on, everybody? It is SCP Serendipity, aka Lack Lepers, and welcome to this week's edition of the Weekend Collapsible, where we take a look at all the damn SCPs that showed up this week, and we try to look at each one and synopsize what happened and keep you caught up and abridged as to what has been going on the SCP Wiki. If you have been living under a rock in this space, then you will not know that the SCP-7000 contest began its entries this week on Monday. And in case you are wondering how many SCP-7000 entries we have gotten since Monday, not including the ones that have been deleted, the answer is 79. We have gotten 79. A few of these are new, so they may still be deleted in the next coming days. But as of this moment, we have 79 entries into the SCP-7000 contest. The over-under that me and Harmony came up with was 100, so I think we're easily going to pass that up. I can't imagine that posting would slow down that much in the next, 3 weeks, I guess, that posting will still be open. So, Lord help me. Lord help us. There is absolutely no way that we could get through that many in a stream on Friday night. As dedicated and as optimistic as I might have been about that, never really thought it was going to be true. But we are going to do our damnedest tonight. So tonight, what it's going to look like is we, throughout the week, without exerting ourselves into early heart failure, got through about 31 or so of the entries, which is pretty good, I think. And I got some help. So Harmony did a nice handful of those. She is not able to be with us tonight. She is getting some very, very well-deserved rest and relaxation and fun out into the real world, this magical place. And so she is having a good time, and as well she should. So what she has done is pre-recorded the entries that she is going to be helping us with tonight. And so I will play those, and I may, eat during that time. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I doubt it. So that'll be a portion that we'll get to after I do a few. And then we've also had some wonderful help. I just want to extend a thank you so much to Dr. Fern, Fern Mom, you may know him as, our resident confic scholar and our also resident pastor. So he decided to help us out and did a few. Now, there were so many of these, and it was hard to coordinate in so many ways that there was a little bit of overlap when it comes to who took what. But that's okay. It's always nice to have a couple of other voices. And then the other thing to say is, part of the reason that I do this show, in addition to liking it, is that I feel for a long time I've felt that the SCP Wiki has lost its critical bite, and it very rarely approaches articles in the correct way. And so part of this show is hopefully to teach people how to read an article and what to look for. I'm going to have interruptions throughout this. Yes. No. Thanks. And I have to say, just as the same with writing quality, the best works do tend to come out around a contest like this. The same is true of crit. So if you look on these pages, I can tell you from having watched this very closely for the last 4 months or so, that the crit currently on the wiki for these 7con entries is of a much, much higher quality, a much higher caliber than what is typically seen on the wiki. So whatever we will not be able to get into when it comes to this show, I think hopefully will be supplemented by the good crit that is being left on these articles. And I will be happy to point to some of those as we go along, and maybe even lean on those as a little bit of a crutch as we go, just to help us out, because this is going to be an exhausting thing to do. I don't know how long it's going to take tonight. I just want to say that up front. We will go until either I've gotten through all the notes that I have, or I collapse, or I find Jesus and have some sort of conversion live. I'm kidding. I found Jesus this week trying to deal with this. So that won't happen. But we'll try to get through tonight however many that I have and we have notes prepared for. Assuming that we don't, which we probably won't, I'll probably do this tomorrow again. I will take a few hours out of the day to do it tomorrow. Maybe not at the normal time. It may just be at some random time, let's say in the afternoon for a few hours. But I should be able to try to catch up a little bit. And that's really going to be the name of the game. Just one more housekeeping thing, and we'll get down to it. But the name of the game is going to be catch up for a while. And my hope is that the entries slow down enough to where we can catch up with all of the entries, get caught up, as the show claims to do, by the end of the voting period, so that we can at least have a decent blurb on each entry. It's not going to be our typical depth. Some of them will be, because I can't help myself. But I think we're probably going to be a little more shallow, a little more widespread, a little more spread thin when it comes to this. I just want to shout out, if you haven't noticed it, I think Billith is an author on the SCP Wiki who I respect, and who's doing some very interesting conceptual things there, and who I think is underrated in most ways. He has a pretty good Twitch channel if you haven't checked it out. I really enjoy it when Dr. Sumerian gets on there, as he has done for the past few weeks, occasionally, or months, I guess, and have just nice conversations about the wiki and about the space. I really enjoy those. And Billith did something the other day, which was sort of touted and trumpeted all throughout the social media, the Twitter of the space. That was really astounding. I think it was something like a 12-hour stream where he and Dr. Sumerian were reading every 7K entry, which is just, I can't imagine. I mean, I haven't looked at it yet, but I can't imagine that. The way I started this show was that I tried to read just the SCPs that came out that day, like the 2 or 3 that came out that day. And it was one of the most miserable things that I'd ever done. Like I was ready to call it quits after a week of that. It's totally not sustainable. It's totally not feasible. And it's just a really, really difficult thing to do. So if you haven't seen that, or if you didn't know about that, I mean, I doubt you're going to watch it, the whole thing. You can always just catch up on what you didn't watch, because they're just reading the thing, but because it's on the wiki as is. But yeah, check it out, look at it. I mean, that's just incredible to me. So I want to tip the hat to them. It's always nice to see people doing, not the same thing that we're doing here by any means, but someone who's doing something kind of like it, coverage of SCPs on Twitch. And that was just really, really cool. So I can't I can't imagine how their eyeballs feel, and their lungs must just be wrinkled and shriveled like a raisin inside the chest there. So, and then also shout out to Dr. Sumerian for having a near-death experience that ended up being a very interesting motivator for a very interesting article that hopefully we'll get to tonight. That was an entry into the contest. So before I go any further, let me just thank you for showing up. I appreciate it, my one and only. I see you now that I'm looking at the stream. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you had a great week. And I hope you're ready for this. I don't know if you're going to stay the whole time. You're more than excused. This is going to be a very, very difficult thing to get through. I'll definitely take a break, at least one. We'll have to see what happens. I kind of don't know what's going to happen here. So, but let's kind of just get moving. Okay, so first things first, as you probably know, we do this show from Thursday to Thursdays. And then, as you might know, the SCP entry started on Monday. So that meant there was a little sliver of days after last Thursday, but before this Monday, where there was still some posting of articles that went on. And so there's just a very few of these. Obviously, it was a very slow pace during that time, as it was for the whole wiki last week. But here they are right here. There's a couple of German ones, SCP, a couple of maybe 3, maybe 4 SCPs. So I wanted just to take a moment. Here's our spread for the week. Obviously, we do this every week where we categorize the quality and the overall gist of these articles that we read. And so we're not going to have time to go into these things, but I did want to at least just nod to them. I did read them, and at least just say where I think that they belong in this tier. So the first one is SCP. Let me just go ahead and do this. We'll go, let's do it this way. Boom. Boom. How you doing tonight? Pray for me. Pray for me. All right. So the first one is SCP-14DE. This is what it looks like if you haven't seen it. And this one, happy to say, SCP, what was it, 148D. I did not finish it. Didn't finish that one. The other one is SCP-255DE. Didn't finish that one, I don't think. And the reason is the first one I didn't finish because it's kind of basically like this blob that sort of tries to find an analogy with humanity. Like, oh, it's just some alien blob, but it's actually more like humans than you might expect. And we've seen that a billion times in the wiki, and it's really, really flat. Nothing to it there. And then so this one was really kind of a thinly veiled attempt just to get some fan art in here that the person drew. It's really bad. And the article sort of reflects that. It seems to be a very frail attempt just to showcase some pretty bad fan art, Disney fan art. So the next one is SCP-6522. This is about a forest that is converted somehow into a non-fungible token, but the fungible part of that NFT phrase is played upon as a pun, and there's a fungus in this here. So that's kind of an interesting article in my opinion. But I think ultimately, after I was done with it, this is SCP-6522. It was firmly in the meh category. Nothing really to get excited about there. SCP-3262. This was a really, really great article. This one had pretty good attention for having been on the weekend before the contest went open. I think it got a decent amount of attention. It's written by Jack Waltz, who I'm not surprised to see wrote something this good. And it's about a kitchen knife that turns things into little baby things of whatever you cut off of it. And of course, you typically cut things with a kitchen knife that you can eat, and so you can maybe guess where that article goes. But I thought this one was particularly good. It is in A Ray of Hope. It wasn't stellar or super groundbreaking or anything like that, so I don't think it was weightlifting the wiki, but it's pretty good. SCP-6434. This is a really strange anomaly about a cassette tape by the band Green Day that has some anomalous things. It's an audio hazard that happens. And basically, it has to do with activism. It basically is a cognito hazard that turns people into activists. And it's really built around this line: home tapes are killing the record industry profits. You can see things all throughout here, just some grammatical things. It wasn't really a very engaging article for me. It felt like it was just a little too, I don't know, artificial, manufactured. It's very clear where the idea came from, and it doesn't really travel far from that point to anything else. So, but having said that, I have to say I didn't finish it, so take that with a grain of salt. So there it is right there. And then the last one, just quickly to get those out of the way, was SCP-6256. This one really, I thought, was making the wiki much worse. Even though it doesn't have a great high rating or anything like that, I think it was actively lowering the bar. And the reason for this is that this is really, the same article that we've seen 1,000 times before, where there's this immortal entity who's unlike humanity in so many ways. Can't relate to humans because it doesn't ever die and stuff like this. And basically, the whole article is just a very slow sort of molasses pace to bring this incorporeal, immortal entity down to the position that we're just. It's almost like Newtonian mechanics. You can almost calculate this stuff, the trajectory, and land. It's going to land exactly at this spot on the ground. Solve for x, kind of stuff. I no longer want to live as an immortal. I no longer want to spend my life hopping from host to host. I want to spend the rest of my days as a human, and I want the Foundation to help me with this. So just an incredibly trite, incredibly tired ending point for this article, and really the trip there is about as bad. So, when we're looking at Series 1 and we say, oh, we can't write Series 1 articles again because we've done it to death, it stands in very stark contrast, almost contradictory contrast to articles like this that just come around every week. Every week or two, there's an article that basically can fit into this category, and that are really not doing anything different that has been done before. It's really the same thing as Series 1, just being repeated over and over again, except I think people at the Foundation, at the SCP Wiki, can't really don't really see that because really to them, I think mostly it's about checking boxes like narrative, character use, and avoiding certain taboos. And so if someone does that, okay, your article is probably going to get up there, even though it's really just a carbon copy and garden variety, something that's been there probably at least 100 or 200 times before you in very little variety. So this, I think, was just for that reason making the wiki a lot worse, just in the fact that it survived. So there's that. And then speaking of categorizing things into topical categories, we decided to do this for this 7K contest because, with the theme being luck particularly, it was not like history or mystery or horror, these sorts of vibes, these sort of emotional landscapes. This was luck, which is a noun as well as an emotional landscape, but it's more of a noun than other contests. And so we figured that we were going to get a lot of entries where the anomaly is basically luck, just played straight. It's really this unfortunate compositional decision, I think, where it's a lot like looking at cave paintings or like Egyptian hieroglyphic sort of paintings, where there's absolutely zero depth, zero three-dimensionality to the image. Everything is just compressed and pressed up against one flat monodimensional spread. There's no depth to it whatsoever. That's what I feel like people are doing when they make their anomaly luck, when it is the contest theme. It's really a very common pitfall, something that people do without thinking, almost reflexively. They don't think it through very well, and very few of those articles in that category actually do well for themselves after making such a mistake. It's almost a fatal flaw right out of the gate. But so I thought it'd be funny just to kind of keep a rolling track of that, to see how many do that, because it's going to be a lot. We do have other categories that I felt were going to be common things that we saw. These are in no particular order of hierarchy here. But the first one here is global scale world enders, which of course we'll see a lot of anytime a K contest comes around. The next category is haha no -J, also known as try hard funny. I thought we were probably going to get enough of those to merit its own category. This one is called nose exhale, like that, which is more of a quality, category than just a topical one. But that's I couldn't resist. Harmony's idea, couldn't resist. This other one down here is called Smapty's Zoo for Talking Animals. I just kind of wondered if this one would be populated at all, because something that I noticed, reading all these SCPs over the last while, is that there's typically always a talking animal, at least one every week on the SCP Wiki, going back to what I said about the same narratives and characters and molds of article being repeated over and over again. That's one that I see all the time, that people don't seem to, they either can't get enough of that, or they just don't understand that these things are literally being repeated into the ground to death, to the point where they're no longer, they're basically series 1 level of redundancies and just completely numbing repetition. And then the last category is other. So, I mean, just if something doesn't fit into these, I think it'll be nice. I want to introduce you to my supporting cast tonight. I've got a pen, which I like holding something. I have Afrin, because this thing makes my nose a little stuffy after a while, after I've been talking. I probably need a new microphone that doesn't have this mesh. But Afrin, don't use it a lot because you'll get addicted to it. If you use it for more than 3 days in a row, you'll develop something called a rebound effect, where you, even if you're not having troubles, you won't be able to breathe through your nose without this thing. So Afrin is over the counter. Just be careful. Never happened to me, but I don't want it to happen to you. So watch out. But I might use that tonight just to kind of reinvigorate the nasopharynx. Okay, good. So having gotten through the hubbub here, let's get into the actual SCP-7000 contest entries. And the first one, of course, posted, at the exact moment the contest opened, is Your Honor, League of Legends, by Scherf and Calibold. So let me get my notes here. The five word synopsis of this one is League of Legends is bad, and I think that's a pretty good synopsis of this. The anomaly is essentially the anomalous discrimination against League of Legends players. So, I mean, this is clearly a humorous article that is, trying to really lean into the antics for its effect. It's really obviously a concept that is based upon a meme. It doesn't really travel far from that meme. It uses it as the totality of its conceptual weight, and doesn't care if you don't know where it's coming from or where it got that. So it's really, really goofy, obviously. It's entirely too vapid of an idea to be taken as a serious effort of any skill or ability, I think. There are these attempts at bogus technobabble, like this word right here, bureaucratohazard. Don't even do it, man. Like, it's not worth it. Don't do that. The image is essentially right here, just totally immersion breaking. Just totally sucks the reader out of the out of the atmosphere. Obviously, the atmosphere the authors are intending to be, are intending to be kind of ridiculous. So I guess it kind of does a good job of that. But what we have here is essentially the image of the average SCP writer and voter. So at least the authors know their target demographic here. The article, as you read through it, is painfully annoying in so many ways. There's a lot of plucky dialogue. Just memes just thrown in just for the sake of having him, kind of like an idiot running around trying to catch butterflies in its net because it's distracted by how pretty the colors are. So it's got zero intrigue to the plot or the circumstances. It takes what the authors believe will be something the readers can identify heavily with, and just kind of wring it out for as many upvotes as they can get. There's some really, really just god-awful sentences in this thing. Let me just show you a few. This exchange right here. Russell Beckett, very well. Russell pauses for a brief moment and clears his throat. Russell Beckett, Your Honor, League of Legends. Murmurs from the gallery begin to pick up again before quickly escalating into frantic shouting and panic, coupled with various members of the gallery beginning to show hostility towards the witness. Within the commotion, the sound of a gavel clash could be heard. The judge says death. So this reinforces really this whole article is kind of like that. That's really the best moment in the article. Whether you thought that was a good one or not, that's really the height to which it is capable of rising to. So this article, I think, reinforces the dumbest tastes and compositional trends on the SCP Wiki. The completely unbelievable image work. Here's another one right here that the authors make. It looks as though someone searched for stock photos for the most uninteresting people possible and then had no problem putting them on their SCP. So it has typographical errors all in this. Repeated words are in this. And once again, it plays memes. It tries to pass off other people's memes as its own subject matter. There's a faux Twitter section here. So this is like a Twitter thing. It even says it's Twitter. So it's not like we could just meet this halfway with some graciousness to assume it's some knockoff platform, that's just trying to be Twitter when it grows up. This is apparently Twitter. So it's just a really low effort insert for trying to look like Twitter. It's very, very easy to go online and reproduce tweets very accurately. They have websites that are designed to do this faithfully so that it's very indistinguishable from the real thing. And I guess the authors either don't know about it or don't care enough to put forth the effort, or whatever. They couldn't be bothered to actually make this look like Twitter. So that anyone really thinks this could be a contender for the SCP-7000 slot is really a deafening defeat for the wiki. The good news is I think that the authors, they aren't taking anything seriously, including their own ability to write. They certainly aren't taking the wiki seriously with this entry. They certainly aren't taking the contest seriously with this entry. And it would be something if this was one of the only kind of haha funny articles that we get, to kind of change it up, just to kind of change the mood just a little bit. But that's obviously not the case. These people thought the same way that 50 other people who entered this contest felt. And I really attribute this to just the people, you got to give them credit, right? They kind of catered to the dank memes at Site 19 crowd. So, but just from every other standpoint, anything that has to do with, like anything else besides just total lowest common denominator mimetic marketing, this is a resoundingly substandard article that the wiki, if in their right mind, should be ashamed of. It is 100%. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. I'm not actually, you know what? I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let you say it since it's your term now. Okay. You know what I'm thinking. It's yours. You can have it. Cheers. It's like stealing poison ivy and rubbing it all over yourself as you laugh leaving the yard. You can have it, buddy. Just give it a few days. The article is, like I said, centered around the type of joke that a bunch of stoned gamers come up with at 2 a.m. as they cackle about it while spilling Mountain Dew through their Cheetos-stained nostrils. This is the kind of article that refuses to have a J added to it so that it could stick it to the man. And then additionally, I think it's a pretty weak use of the theme as well. I don't really see how luck falls into this very much at all. Basically, it has just sort of shoehorned it in at the end where if you happen to be a League of Legends gamer, you're unluckily thrown into hell. So, I mean, these authors up here, I don't really know who Scherf is. I have a little bit of familiarity with Callibold. I think Callibold knows more about me than I know about Callibold. There was that one article that Callibold wrote last week that didn't get the amount of upvotes that author would have liked for it to get, and so took it down, pretending like it was just a matter of being too proximal to the SCP-7000 contest, when we've seen that's not the case for other articles. We've even seen that one about the knife today do pretty well, and it be closer to the SCP-7000 contest. So there's a little bit of armchair psychology I can do about this individual. He's primarily concerned with upvotes, doesn't really have a lot of artistic or literary integrity, very clearly from this article. And I didn't really have a very strong opinion of Callibold prior, but I lost a lot of respect for that author, for this author, Callibold, after seeing this article. And then Scherf, like I said, I don't really have an opinion of Scherf, but it's not off to a great start here. So, I think what's happening here is in this kind of article, we'll obviously put this one. This is Your Honor, League of Legends. This is going to be very difficult for me to find all this stuff. Your Honor, League of Legends. Haha, no J, try hard funny. Easily. These authors think that they're bringing and elevating memes up into a higher tier of art form by featuring them in an SCP Wiki, as if they're reaching down into the depths and pulling them up into the glorious light of literary high standards of the SCP Wiki or something like that. But it's quite the opposite. The Wiki is slumming down to the level of of base memes. So and by the insistence of these authors, so that they can be chuckled at by their peers that look like this, look exactly like this guy right here. 90% of them. So anyway, so these guys are fine dragging down the wiki to the literary interpretations of internet diarrhea culture. So good job. So like I said, there's some really great comments that are scattered throughout these guys. So I've tried to write them down. I did want to mention this. Most of this is just thoughtless praise, not a lot of not a lot of real meat on any of these bones. But then Lord comes along, and Lord, wow, what can I say? Came up with this block of criteria, a scoring matrix that shows up not on all articles, but on here and there. And so it's just very nice to see this. I was pretty floored by this. I thought this was excellent. And additionally, I think Lord was incidentally spot on when it comes to their take of this article. I don't think it's a very particularly novel idea, since it's very much an expansion of the League of Legends death meme into a full SCP. And that pretty much says all that you need to know. It sort of is a middle finger to anybody who doesn't know what that is, with the implication being that if you don't know what it is, then you're not cool enough to get it, and they don't care if you don't get it. So that's kind of, once again, sort of typifies this certain brand of authors where they are more interested in sort of kowtowing to the how do I say this nicely? to the aesthetic preferences of their peers more than really focusing on anything approaching talent. And then, so there's a couple other here's. As someone who doesn't play League of Legends, I miss the joke really hard. I think there's a good joke here, just not for me. In the end, I feel it doesn't have enough ties to the theme to be worthy of the 7,000 spot. And then I thought that this response really summed up this kind of culture that we've been seeing a lot on the wiki. How does not playing League of Legends make you be unable to get the joke? Everyone hates League of Legends players. That's it. I just don't understand how that. What I'm baffled by is that Siddhartha alone thinks that this explains the joke. Don't know how that happens. Radiant Gold, I thought, hit the nail on the head here. Haha, lol bad, stretched over an entire article. Even though I get what the joke is referring to, it's still really unfunny. Of course, Collapsible doesn't have any integrity here. They just roll over to the criticism because they know they don't have any integrity. They know deep down that this is a really awful article. It's a waste of my time. So, and then Lucio actually had a great one here too. Typically, I'm a fan of stupider articles. But this doesn't do anything. The main issue is that the article only had one punchline, while initially funny, loses its charm around the middle since it's never varied. So it's not even good. Neo-Lol Foundation. By the way, if you're listening to this and you've developed a drinking game that you take a drink every time I say Neo-Lol Foundation, which is a great idea, but I just think you should rethink that because your liver might explode by the time we're done here. But yeah, so it's not even good Neo-Lol Foundation because typically you would have the punchline at the end, but this one puts it at the very beginning so that it can't help but just get really fatigued throughout the entirety of this read. It loses its charm around the middle since it never varied. It's the same joke over and over again. No variants, no additions, just increasing amounts of lull and death. I mean, the main issue of this article, the original joke, it doesn't add anything new, so you kind of wasted your time. If you don't know the joke, you have no idea what the article is constantly referencing, so you kind of feel like you're wasting your time. So once again, we're seeing the tastes on the SCP Wiki get hyper-atomized into these areas of specialty memetics, and it's it's a really bad look for the brand. I know that they don't care about that. They can't really see past their immediate time horizons to anything deeper like that. But that's really what's happening. The more you encourage this, the more you do this kind of thing, the more really it is the case that you're making the main list into a laughing stock. It's just a joke. You're turning the SCP Wiki into a joke, and it's I really don't care that much. I mean, I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like I'm some like white knight in shining armor for the quality standards of the SCP Wiki that I'm not even writing for, or really that present in. But I'm just letting you know, okay? Because when the SCP Wiki is eventually kind of a joke, you've essentially at that point ceded the niche to people who are willing to take it more seriously. So I just hope that this type of article doesn't get more popular. Unfortunately, as we look to the leader of this contest and to other entries tonight, I think unfortunately that my forecast is probably not going to be accurate. So anyway, like I said, actively lowering the bar. Lost a lot of respect for Collapsible. Just a pathetic article. Terrible. All right, the next one is Luck of the Irish. Now, this is one that Dr. Fern was kind enough to read for us and summarize. So let me go over here. What I'm going to do, you can't see it, but I'm just going to read this out loud. So this is, once again, Fern. Talking about this article, which is Luck of the Irish. This is by Staffer. It's got a oh so clever little green header there. So that's pretty cool, I guess. But this is what Fern had to say. Overall, a rather generic premise. The Luck of the Irish has been done before. Come on now. Transformed into a genuinely heartfelt story of an old kind man with a heart full of love, doing what he can to live a good life. A truly good read that I would recommend to anyone. They check it out if they want a decent story. Sadly, I doubt this one will win the coveted 7,000 slot. This was actually Fern saying this when this one was in first place. So good instincts for Fern. Staffer wrote this beautifully, but it sadly lacks the grandiose execution that most SCP fans seek in a 1000 slot. Prove me wrong, SCP, Fern says, but I believe this one is great. So Fern really liked this one. So that's awesome. We like to see that. I'll say a few things about it. I for a long time I just couldn't wrap my head around the idea that the front runner for the contest for the first like 4 days, I guess 3 or 4 days, was really just the stereotypical treatment of an Irish individual. Borderline insensitive, but the whole article, in my opinion, was pretty meh to me, just honestly. So this one is called Luck of the Irish. There it is. So the anomaly is luck in this one. It's a little more complicated than that, because but when you reduce it down to basically an Irish dude, who's wearing a 4-leaf clover on his vest, you've basically it's sort of a reductionist way of sort of packaging your anomaly into just the cellophane wrapper of it being luck, just with a little different colors to it. So Luck of the Irish on this one. Oh, by the way, I didn't do this. I should have done this. Your Honor, League of Legends, I'm sure no one is surprised, is actively lowering the bar at the SCP Wiki. Just a terribly offensive article that, unfortunately, I think people are upvoting because they want to feel like they're in on the joke and a part of their social group that's laughing together. You know how that goes. People who lack the framework to understand this is just a terribly written article. So Luck of the Irish, I think, gosh, it's so hard to find these things. They all look the same. There's so much luck in here. Luck of the Irish, I think, is pretty firmly meh. It's very in vain to Staffer, who, by the way, I think I have to give a nod of me old hat to, because to Staffer for the last month has really been kicking out the articles. I mean, just like rapid fire, And for a long time, I thought that maybe that wasn't the best idea in the world. To Staffer had some really excellent articles, back a few months ago that came out very rarely. There was that Purple Duck. There was the cafeteria article. Just a couple like articles here and there, maybe once every 2 weeks or once every 3 weeks that I thought were really good. And then the more that Staffer wrote, the more I saw the ideas getting diluted and having less intrigue to them, and they became just kind of like a content farm for the wiki. I mean, we would have like 3 and 4 Staffer articles per week these last few weeks. And so I questioned the strategy. I figured Staffer was trying to do that to basically rev their creativity and hone and basically train, for this contest. And I thought it wasn't going to work well because of the thinness of those articles that we saw that would come out. The occasional one doing well, but what you don't see is that some of the Staffer articles actually got deleted, downvoted pretty quickly. There were a couple of articles that didn't do well and that took a few times to stick onto the wiki after some rewrites, and even then didn't do very well rating-wise. So you got to admire, once again, Staffer's persistence and lack of emphasis on upvotes, just trying to write as much as possible for this contest. It did pay off. So, kudos to that. I don't think it'll get the winning spot, as Fern said as well. But, honestly, it's pretty impressive for just taking basically a stereotypical, archaic, very old idea of basically just an Irish person being lucky and kind of giving it a little more emotional sophistication and sending it through a story that goes to some very novel and interesting places, like where we see the anomaly walking out with security guards of the containment site. That's not really a moment that's been fixated upon, I think, in SCP particularly very often. So I thought that was a nice thing to see. But all in all, I thought this, like I said, was very in vain for Staffer recently, which is to say that it's a lot of finesse and upfront acceleration and just very low heft or max speed with these articles. These are kind of superficial concepts that are done well as sort of trinket versions of the SCP article, but nothing really commanding, nothing really impactful, except for just the nice emotional package that we got in this one, which once again is, it's always nice I'm not a Scrooge. I get the feels, okay, but just from a perspective that sort of doesn't let that overplay the reception. This kind of article is a dime a dozen on the wiki. We have a ton of articles that that basically do the same thing that this does. So I think it's quite overrated, just honestly. I think it's kind of a miss for the quality adjudication for the wiki, in my opinion. It's not bad. Don't get me wrong. This is a well-written article. A lot of TIS staffers are. But in the same vein, I don't think it goes anywhere great. I really don't. There's one comment in here that I thought was worth looking at. There's probably more, but just one that I want to pull out. Let's see if I can find it before taking too long. I do enjoy seeing other people who have entered the contest comment on these peoples. I thought that's a nice little thing to see. A lot of these people, now that I'm looking at it, have written an entry. So Modulum says it pretty well, I think, for both sides of the article. There's a delicacy to the emotional through line. Beautiful phrase. That is handled surprisingly well. And the ending is just the right amount of fitting without trying too hard. But ultimately, at no point while reading this was I ever surprised by the writing or by what happened in the plot. It doesn't say anything new about the Foundation or the way it treats humanoids or add anything to that conversation. It's just a personal thing, but I've read too many bittersweet articles about ordinary immortals to be all that fazed by them anymore for an upvote. I thought that was just very, very well said. We just saw in that first handful of SCPs at least one immortal that wanted to go be human for some emotional reason, and really arguably two, if you think about the first one we looked at with that blue thing having more humanity in it than what is immediately apparent. So, I think it's sort of gussied up and decorated a bit by the pomp and the circumstance. And I hate to say this, but by the name brand of the individual. I don't want to take away from the writing. It's good writing, don't get me wrong. But just when it comes to the quality assessment, when it comes to the rating that's attached to it, the things are totally asymmetric. And I think Modulum points that out pretty well here. I think Lucio has another good comment here. Simple, adorable, to the point. My only comment is that the collision seems out of place in an otherwise simple and optimistic article. To Staffer's response really is what I wanted to get to here. It's definitely a leftover from when I first wrote this article, trying to make it as cliche as possible as a J article. Instead, I went for a main lister entry, but I've kept a couple of those gags in here. Another of these is Don walking to a casino and immediately winning $1.2 million. So, I think Lucio is just so accurate and so intuitive to hone in on those moments in this article, because those incidences of luck that are here are all very, very corny and are just way too loud in the mix for this article to come across as, professionally and skillfully done. Just like he says, these moments where it's just like the most trite and unimaginative episodes of luck ever. And if you really think about the article, if you strip it away, if you strip this green header away, if you strip the fact that the person is Irish away, that there's a 4-leaf clover on the vest of this individual, and that, there's this little pocket of the article where these remarkably lucky things happen to this person, it really isn't an article about luck at all. The theme is just very sort of tangentially skated along the actual conceptual field of this article. It's not very well integrated at all. It's sort of lucky that it has to do anything with the article at all, if you want to talk about it in certain terms. But yeah, so I mean, not a bad article. It is luck essentially. I think it's close enough to be put in that category. Just with the cliches that are used, right? The Irish person. I mean, I don't understand at some point how this isn't a little offensive, but that's fine. I'm certainly able to roll with these things probably a little better than your average SCP person. So if they don't get mad about it, then I guess I shouldn't. But there it is, a cliche about the Irish person. So thank you to Fern for covering that. It's always nice to get two different viewpoints of the same article. All right, the next one is called The Hungry Season. And this one, the author tells us who they are, so let's go ahead and talk about it. Big Sloth on My Face was one of the sort of breakout authors of the last contest in the 6000. They had a really nice one. All creatures, large and small, big and small, something like that. Some title like that I'm probably messing up. So this is sort of like the sophomore attempt. Not to say it's a sophomore slump, but just the sophomore year coming back and doing and kind of showing up in this stage again. So I really thought that was kind of cool that this author took the opportunity to come back on this stage and and try their hand at it again. It was a nice motif to see. So this is a pretty long article. The anomaly is pretty interesting. It's a comet that's coming towards Earth, and it's actually not going to hit Earth, but it is causing some very strange things to happen as it approaches Earth. So all in all, this is a very gripping, action-packed catastrophe SCP. I think it epitomizes all the best and the worst of the Hollywood formula, style, plot, and development. We have a global end-of-the-world scenario, so we'll go ahead and put it in here. This is, what is it, the hunger season. Man, I wish this ad was gone. Is there a way to get rid of that ad? There is. Thank you. Oh, God, this is so tough. Why have I done this to myself? The hungry season, so we're at global scale world enders for sure for this one right here. But yeah, so it's a end of the world scenario type thing. This one is a threat from outer space. Once again, the object will become a near Earth object but not crash into the planet. The author still finds a way to make this a staunchly looming, very anxiety-provoking occurrence, and plays this out nicely through effective use of cognito and info hazardous elements, as well as a streamlined plot. The pacing of this is really, really great. We'll go into another time what I mean when I say the difference between pacing and rhythm and beats per minute, but both of them here are really, really exceptional. Very fast-paced, very direct, very, very impactful pacing and rhythm in this article. It's really got a very satisfying escape out of what appears to be a sure demise for all of humanity too. So I think it really plays that note of the Hollywood formula here too very, very well. There are some points of real sag in the read here, though, particularly in the pacing. So it's really good until it gets to a moment where it just sort of breaks down and almost fails what it was doing earlier. So one section towards the end here counts the time down until this near-Earth object is essentially here. It does this basically by the hour or so. So 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 4:30, 4:38, 4:46, so it kind of escalates and sort of telescopes in on these time scales at the end here. But it honestly, I get what the literary device is doing here, but it's an attempt to pressurize the escalation a bit, but it comes off really as a bottleneck to the excitement of the article and the read, which is just killer because really it's the momentum that's really been this article's strength this whole time. Like I said, the pacing is excellent. The rhythm is excellent. It really gets the author, the reader, to where the author wants them to go very quickly. And then it hits this moment, and it's sort of like, it's like that moment where the Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner are chasing each other. Yeah, but then they get to a red light, and they have to sort of look at their watch while they wait for the walk sign to come back up. That's kind of what this looks like and feels like. But obviously, it's not a joke, so it's not a good thing. And then I think the article also ends on really a disappointingly formulaic turn where the scene lets those on Earth know that this isn't really over yet after all, as if it is an after the credits tease for the next installment of some Hollywood blockbuster movie. So it's really got this slothful and ineffective scaling up of the threat at this end for the sake of ending with some sort of hanging ominousness. And it's really, unfortunately, quite stale and tired of a way to end the article. But the palpable emotions of this apocalyptic aridity, the paranoia of this pandemic contagion that's happening in a cognito-hazardous fashion that you really can't run away from, the slow burn of impeding doom, the sure teleological placement of humanity as a subservient thing, and the deep and ancestral celestial longing that's in this article, the eldritch flavor of mass helplessness. All of these make for a very, very impactful read. Ultimately, this is a very, very polished and well thought out article with a very, like I said, gripping anomaly, very good action. Having said that, I'm not too sure how this fits in with the theme of luck very well. I guess it was just lucky at the end where they got the firing coordinates wrong to destroy this thing in some ways. But it was a good enough read that I really forgot to look for luck in this, honestly, until I was done with it and kind of taken with it. I was like, oh, that's really good. And then I was like, oh, wait, how does the theme of luck go in there? So, and then 10 points, by the way, for the use of telekill. We don't see that every day. So this author really is kicking back to series 1. Telekill is, modern day amnestics are kind of the new version of telekill in so many ways, but we won't go into that now. So yeah, I thought this was a really good article. I didn't think it was like absolutely, mind blowing. So the Hungry Season I thought was a ray of hope. I thought it was pretty good. There's a couple of good comments in here. Obviously, Lord shows up for a good one with this. Once again, this scoring matrix. Excellent lines of crit in here from Lord. I wish we could spend more time just on the quality of some of this critique. Like I said, that's coming through for this contest. Just some I'm just the happiest person in the world, because I love it. I don't know if you know this, but there's a battle between an article as an art form and then the critique as a better art form, and whoever wins that kind of wins, right? So if you can write critique that's more artful than the piece that you're criticizing, you've won. And that's really the point, the aim, the ambition of good criticism, good critique, is that it's more artful than what the person put there on the plate. And so Lord really does that really well. I wish we could go in and appreciate all those little moments, but we can't. Unfortunately. There was one other moment that I thought was really, really important to say. Is it this one? I think I looked at this one. I think I looked at this wrong. There's got to be another comment by this person that I couldn't possibly have been referring to that comment. Here it is. Love the image of the futile farming on the comet. That was a really great moment in this. That just gobsmacked the logic of the article in a really great way. I think it would have been a better ending image than the 200 comments. And once again, that ending image is what I was referencing when I was talking about that disappointing ending, that very Hollywood-esque sort of, it hugged Hollywood very closely. It's kind of disgusting to watch, because the whole point of the wiki is to kind of undo Hollywood, isn't it? Hollywood started to not take itself very seriously. It fell into a trap of just formulaic mass appeal, and it sort of lost itself as an art form. And so things like TV, first Lost, and then of course Breaking Bad and a bunch of other TV shows sort of took the mantle as the most sophisticated and serious and rich storytelling medium visually. They took that away from movies in the last decade or so. And so it's really a shame to see an article go back and rely so heavily on what is essentially an obsolete art form. We're getting into things like containment fiction now, which is, in my opinion, a technological leap forward in literature. And so it's just sad to see people, sort of go back and regress and pine for these past tropes and past formulas that have been so good in things like movies. And that's, once again, by the way, why we shouldn't be making a joke out of the main list, is because as soon as you do that, you're essentially handing the stewardship and legacy of this sort of directionality and creative writing to someone else. And so as long as the SCP Wiki is becoming a joke, that's also what's happening. Of course, the people who are doing that don't understand that, because they're just, as far as they can tell, they just see the laughs and the upvotes. That's really it. I also think that Modulum, who is another critic, I would say, a high-quality critic, comes in and says something nice here. So far, a real science fiction epic, one of the best ones posted so far. I love how well-paced this is, from the image to the hook in the description. By the way, the clinical tone of this was excellent, as this author sort of quotes here. You keep adding new elements that build on the previous and push the reader through the story. Just a lot of great stuff here. Just wanted to shout out Modulum. We all know that Lord is good at this. I wanted to make sure that Modulum gets some love and credit. My only real critique of this article as SCP-7000, I don't think it'll get there just if we look at the current ratings. We've seen enough of these contests to know this probably isn't going to win, unfortunately, for this article and this author. But that's not to say this is an excellent addition to the contest. This, as Modulum just said, if you're reading these chronologically, first we had the League of Legends one, then we had To Staffers. This is really the first one that felt like it was actually taking the challenge seriously and came to play. To Staffers was essentially a joke article that got converted into a more serious emotional main list. This one felt like it was tailored for the contest, and I think it really came through very strongly. But something I'll say, like I said, only critique of this as the 7000 slot, which, yes, I'm going to do that, by the way. And by the way, everybody does that. They've always done that, and they always will do that. I'm talking to the SCP Wiki staff. Hey, by the way, let me do one thing real quick here. I totally forgot to do this. I think I'm about to make the audio much better. There you go. This should hopefully be better quality audio now. Sorry for that. We went about an hour before I remembered that. But anyway, I'm talking to the SCP Wiki staff who for some reason feel like they can. It's just ridiculous to think that you can enforce that when the only way that you would even potentially theoretically be able to enforce something like somebody voting based on whether or not it's fitting for the 7000 slot in their opinion is if they admit it to you in the comments. And we've actually seen people do that. It's almost like the people who are commenting on these articles are kind of trying to throw some mud in the face of the staff over this, because they're blatantly just saying, hey, I think this is good. I just don't think it's going to make it to the 7000 slot, and I don't think it should for this reason, so I'm not going to upvote it for that reason. People don't really seem to be taking the staff seriously. And I think the reason for that is because it's kind of insane to think that you can police that, you can enforce that. You really can't. Everybody thinks of it that way. That's really the point of the contest, isn't it? I mean, this is really what's different about why this is such a fanfare, such a celebration, is because we're going to be crowning something as the new 7000, and that really should probably play into the whole vibe, shouldn't it? I think it should. I mean, you certainly can. I mean, my question is, why can't you include that as a component of critique for the article? If someone is going to be submitting an entry, a proposal for 7000, we should probably be analyzing it in that context, don't you think? Why should they get a free pass if they're the ones who are deciding to enter the contest and trying to work a theme thoroughly into their article? I don't really get it. And so a lot of people don't either. So my critique of why this probably shouldn't be 7000, it's a good article, I don't think it's fitting for the slot, is that it doesn't really do anything novel, per se, okay? If you've been tuning into the Config magazine, we'll continue to do this until 7000 is released, but we're basically looking at each past 1000 winner and talking about it in great detail and analyzing why it was, really good and what it did for the wiki, aesthetically and compositionally and philosophically and whatever, culturally. And each one, if you notice, each past 1000 winner does something. Okay, that's a very simplified way of putting it, but these are all relatively groundbreaking entries. They all treat elements of lore or presentation in a way that had never really been done before, okay, and that really changed the way people wrote SCPs after it, okay? So that is to say, if you're going to win a 1000 contest, if you're going to win the 7000 contest, your article has to do something. It has to have some sort of canonical impact, not necessarily with lore or pre-existing lore or anything like that. It has to do something, right? This article doesn't really do anything. It's a nice article. It's a really, really high-quality article, very well written, but it doesn't live up to the moment on the stage. It doesn't have that wow factor that does something no SCP has ever done before and might not ever after, okay? So, it still may be one of the higher quality article submissions, I think, when all is said and done. I don't know if the rating will reflect that, but that still might be the case, especially given the entries we've seen so far. But it's a ray of hope. It's not weightlifting the wiki. It's not at the level of iconic entry that should be a KCON winner. So that's why I put it as a ray of hope right here. Okay. But a really, really good article. Big Sloth on My Face has shown us that they're not a one-hit wonder. That last contest was not a fluke. That they're a serious author. They can write really, really good stuff. That may have been apparent to somebody prior to this article, but I hadn't noticed Big Sloth on My Face write anything, and I haven't been paying attention very closely, but for the last 3 months. So take that as it is. Okay, so the next one. This one, Serendipity. This is, once again, the author tells us who they are. This is Radiger, who, I got to say, I don't really have anything personally against. Obviously, Radiger is somebody who doesn't mind, trash talking, myself or the Confic magazine or whatever, just like everybody else. It's not that big of a deal. I don't really hold a grudge. They are welcome to their opinions. So, Radiger, I think the best of Radiger is just a really, really charming, humorous individual who has just a ton of talent, particularly when it comes to, I think, drawing and their comedic timing and their penchant for comedic ideas. Really excellent at that. I think the writing, it's still very, very good. I think it takes a back seat to those other things that she does and probably puts more time into. Honestly, that's probably where her heart is, a little more so. That's really all I have to say about Radiger. I certainly appreciate what she did for Dr. Fern. She sort of amplified his fundraiser that he's doing. So I don't want to make the show about that, make an endorsement about that officially, but I do really respect what Radiger did there. So I thought that was very cool. To somebody who's not really a big name, and to, I'm sure somebody are pissed off that Fern hangs out with us. So that was kind of some big ovaries on Radiger there. All right. Having said that, and understanding that any assessment of an article really shouldn't be taken personally, I'll go ahead and just tell you that this article here, in my opinion, is making the wiki worse. So let's go here. Serendipity. This is no surprise. No one's surprised that I put this in this category. And then we can already put it into the haha no J try hard funny category. So this is once again another very humor oriented article. So of the first 7,000 entries, we had a explicitly goofy article that attempted to be funny. We had a joke article that was sort of retroactively converted into be more of an emotional punch, which I think was a good decision. We had a serious article, and now we have another right back to sort of Cartoon Network levels of zaniness kind of article here. So it's a very humor-oriented article that I think casts good luck charms as the central anomaly. So we could have probably put this one in anomaly is the luck. The anomaly is luck, just because it's not very far removed from it just being luck if you're just dealing with good luck charms. But it just obviously tries so hard to be funny that I had to put it in this one right here. So these are sort of counted in with positive fortune stuff by this thaumaturgical process that the article doesn't really describe or care to. It just says it's a mundane thaumaturgical anomaly affecting otherwise ordinary personnel items. It doesn't really go into how that happens. It doesn't really care. It obviously is not really interested in those kinds of questions. It kind of wants to get to the punchlines. So the majority of this document are really just examples of such luck charms. The effects of these are mostly negligible, although they've kept at least one agent from catastrophic death for their entire career. This MTF person right here, the last entry. So that kind of raises the stakes just a little bit. The rest of it is pretty negligible stuff, pretty kind of mundane stuff, as the article says it is. But there's a very clever little jinx in here in the construction and design of this anomaly, where as soon as anybody knows that this anomaly exists, it sort of jinxes itself and no longer works for those people who are blessed, I guess, or cursed, I guess, with the understanding of what this anomaly is. So I thought that was a really cool little spin on this idea. The author develops this into an interesting moment of procedural questioning that is communicated through none other than the O5 Council, which is kind of the go-to. It's sort of the well-trodden path for these sorts of joke articles. You almost immediately see the author go to the O5 Council because they feel as though there they can create the most contrast. Let me just back up and explain why this doesn't work. And this is obviously, get your drinks ready. This is another Neo-Law Foundation technique, and this is why it doesn't work. Maybe I should be doing a drinking game about Neo-Law Foundation. But the reason why it doesn't work is because in order to really contrast, the reason why these authors go to the O5 is because it's supposed to be a contrast. It's supposed to be this funny thing that takes the place in this very serious context, right? That's the reason why you go to the O5 and not just some other group of people who are meeting. It's because the baked-in character, the historical character, the historical context of what the O5 Council is and represents makes this funnier because it's so goofy in this context. Well, the problem with that is you sort of chip away at that historicity the more you do this. And so this article is sort of, it's almost like spending natural resources. There's going to be a moment at which you've really passed a threshold of being able to take the O5 Council as seriously as you did in the past. This is what I mean when articles of this nature are turning the wiki into a joke and really casting their jokes at the expense of what has been a careful characterization over the years. So once again, I mean, I'm not mad at you for for writing Neo-Law Foundation articles. I'm just telling you that's really the natural history, the natural progression, of course, of this sort of way of writing, is that at some point you're going to look down and realize that you don't have any comedic contrast because you've made sort of the kickstand to that joke into its own joke. You sort of engulfed it in this very monstrous blob-like thing that you're creating. But anyway, we do get, I think, a very creative and novel reason to increase the clearance level for this anomaly. We don't really get that a lot. I think articles on the whole do a pretty bad job of justifying why they need to be escalated to higher clearance levels. That's something that this article does really, really well, because once again, it has this clever little spin where basically, if you know about it, it ruins it. So obviously they want to classify it higher because they don't want people to know about it, because they don't want it to ruin it. So that's at this point of the article right here. And I thought that was just an excellent example of that. I don't think you're going to find a better example of that. So kudos to the author and credit where they do a good job. That was just a really, really cool little moment there. But once again, like I said just a second ago, the author very clearly is disrespectful of the O5 Council as established characters, and basically is just sort of beating the shit out of them for their own joke's sake. Particularly at the end here, where they sort of talk about they kind of the whole time are talking as if they're college bums hanging out in the floor of a dorm room common area. They're essentially indistinguishable from that sort of level of appeal. They're even ordering Jimmy John's, I think, at one point, which I would love to do. Maybe I should do that. I don't know if we get Jimmy John's here. That would be great. I love Jimmy John's. That bread is so good. Can you still buy the Jimmy John's bread the day after for really cheap when it's still really good? I don't know. Anyway, so this just has a very, very we're freshmen in college levels of operation going on here for the O5 Council, which once again is the whole point. But I hope it's clear that you're undermining your joke by doing this. You can only do this so many times. This is a natural resource that you're depleting quite quickly. So, but anyway, so the complete and utter rendering of the O5 Council as bumbling idiots for total and complete comedic effect firmly plants this into the, take a guess. You know it, baby. Into a particular camp, into a particular school of composition and philosophical thought on the SCP Wiki. The author really is probably very happy to be in that group, so, I guess this is a win for everybody. More than happy, I think this author is to write joke articles with no J designation, as if to stick it to the man. Down with the patriarchy, right? For no better reason than the site has just basically forgotten why the -J exists, basically. So that's really not the only thing this author is kind of disrespectful with. She's decided that footnotes don't need to exist anymore in the way that they, in the way that they have for a long time on the wiki. Basically, you don't have to do that anymore. You can just kind of put them in parentheses here, and that's fine. Because no one's going to give a shit. Because you can basically appeal to the comedic sensibilities of people who are half the age of the author in main listers, and it basically covered the fact that the writing is not great, and that these decisions are kind of funny. So you see it right here. The footnote is in parentheses. That's fine. I mean, no one says that you can't make your footnotes in parentheses. It's just there. So good for you. You're different. Really novel stuff. Really cool ways to stick out and be different from people. Anyway, but even the jokes that are here, I think are kind of completely recycled from the greater pop culture. For example, there's this moment where we get Ewan McGregor sort of as Obi-Wan Kenobi, confused for Jesus, which is an actual thing that happened on the internet. It's a meme that everybody knows well. So once again, just like the first one of the League of Legends, this is essentially just recycling other people's ideas and trying to pass them off as funny. There's a little bit of a funnier little moment here where they call it Sticky Jesus. That's obviously meant to be highly mimetic and sort of meant to be the milk Jesus of this article, where most people who aren't thinking very critically about the read will come through, and that'll kind of carry with them till the end, so that at the comment section they do, oh, Sticky Jesus +1. That's really what I think the author is kind of banking on in this moment of the article. So I think there's very little comedic creativity here for a person who is apparently pretty good at that. So I was a little disappointed to see that. I actually did expect more from this author when it came to the quality of the jokes that they wanted to bring out here. So yeah, no mistake, no surprise. I think the author in this article is making the wiki much worse. It's imperceptible and it's slow, but over time it becomes quite a problem. I think we all know what that narrative looks like. So basically, this author is writing at the kids' table for the kids' table. So, you know, I don't really respect the article for that reason. Not like this person cares about what I respect. Clearly, we have very different opinions about what should be respected. Lord shows up and does an excellent critique here. Lord's is pretty favorable, so if you find yourself liking this article, I do recommend you go read Lord's commentary. You probably will think it's excellent. Most of the people on this are basically just giving it the sort of superficial praise that matches the superficiality of the article itself. We see a Sticky Jesus basically +1, that Sticky Jesus +1. This is a NPC bot level praise that doesn't really put forth a good argument for why this article is good, not surprisingly. And then I think maybe people have said other things since then, but I noticed that it was on page 3 before anyone was able to voice anything of substantial critique on this article. So once again, this makes me feel like my job is pretty necessary when nobody else can raise up anything wrong with this article until page 3. And in this case, it's Pedantique, who says, I just can't read any of the dialogue as being real people in their current situation. That kind of says it all, doesn't it? That really is what Here's a Drink, NeoLol Foundation is. Has been completely unbelievable for the sake of your joke. I absolutely don't think that O5s can't be in humorous situations or express humor, but this type of humor strains suspension of disbelief for me. So Pedantique doesn't know it, but they've just expressed very, very clearly what NeoLol Foundation is. It's not the attempt or the claim that we should be able to be humorous on the main. That's obviously that doesn't really rise to the level of novelty or interest or significance. Not really a very striking statement. That instead, it's this particular brand of humor that does exactly what Pedantique is saying here. Strains the suspension of disbelief for me a little too much, so that it can stick its ugly joke in there. So I don't know what the other people have said since then. Nice to see Fern showing up here. And, IHP is back, right? Isn't that awesome to see? There's this sort of like 4000-esque colorblind mode that's recommended for here, just because the colors honestly are a little obnoxious. Before they fixed it, it was like this, very hot pink that did not look good against this background. At least they had the wherewithal to make it a little bit of a smoky gray as opposed to straight up white for that pink. But it's nice. It's nicer now that it's changed. So anyways, there's that one. No surprise. Not a fan. Not a fan. Barely missed the anomaly is luck category. Definitely right at home in the haha no J, try hard funny article. All right, the next one is Chaos, You Are My Angel, and I'm going to get through a couple more of these and probably play harmonies so that I can take a little break from talking and maybe order some Jimmy John's. Once again, the author is eager to tell us who they are. This is Fish to the Power of 12. Really nice image here. Kind of has old school vibes. Highly mechanical stuff. Kind of brings to mind SCP, the admonition stuff, but it also kind of harkens back to SCP-7000, and really the containment procedures and the description really harkens back to SCP-7000 levels of, thaumaturgical technobabble, Akiva mechanics, before it gets into detailing the description, which does that even more. It's unfortunately the description I think is a rather stark letdown from the buildup that we get in the containment procedures, and particularly this image, which really knocks it into a high gear moving forward, and it ends up being basically just a flip phone that is physically non-anomalous. So. But just to summarize it, the article is the deific embodiment of the neutral chaos trope placed into a cell phone. Before we get into the actual content, we probably should say something about this up here, whatever this is up top. The CSS is just ugly. There's no other word for it. This is like a sunburst orange background, a lone word as the header, which doesn't really seem to have a lot to do with the article, even after I've read it and gone back. I'm sure you could sort of shoehorn it in here somehow, kind of like how the theme is shoehorned in this article as well. But it's really, it seems very out of place. I think there's no way to read this as just the article being kind of desperate out of the gate for you to pay attention to it, which I can't blame it for. There's 80 entries. I mean, Jesus, what, look, I mean, I say a lot of things about the wiki, but a lot of it is really an appropriate response. I mean, you got people who basically, I mean, if you look at all the people who are leading the race so far, I mean, they're all basically, very effective marketing, shillers on things like Twitter. That's not really a coincidence, right? I mean, there's a little bit of, duck in the egg situation there. Are they getting a lot of effective marketing because they're already popular, or are they popular in some ways because they're very good at marketing? It's probably a little bit of both. But, I mean, with the inundation, with the tidal wave, the tsunami-like rate at which and impact and force with which articles are being posted to the wiki these days, I mean, you essentially have to do something like this to try to stand out. That's really why I think we have things like schools of thought that pine and sort of dip down to the lowest common denominator so disgracefully, and also why we see an explosion of CSS themes, stuff like this. I mean, people are whether subconsciously or intentionally getting increasingly creative, but also increasingly desperate to stick out, not just be another face in the crowd. So anyway, as we get to the description, like I said, little bit of a immediate letdown. The article really gets knocked down a few pegs, I think, by the decision to make this into a phone after all of this SCP-7000-like characterizing going on here. And then it kind of just keeps going down. It's almost like watching the article start very magnanimously, very grandiloquently at the top of this regal staircase that has like, all this like, wow, like look at how ornate everything is. And then basically what the article does is it takes a step and it totally trips over itself, and we just watch the article fall down the steps, very awkwardly until it finally, thank God, comes to a stop at the bottom where whatever was started at the top of the stairs has been completely mangled just with the shit beaten out of it by the staircase, as it continuously takes steps downwards and downwards. So, in addition to the anomaly being a little underwhelming at this point, the article quickly and eagerly turns into a goofy direction, which I didn't see coming, honestly. I mean, I don't know. It's almost as if the author is trying to cook blind. They're just taking whatever they next get their hands on and kind of trying to just make it cooking. You've got SCP-2000 homages. Then you take, the most like antipodal object you could possibly conceive when in the context of SCP-2000-esque buildup, a flip phone, and then somehow, like a paragraph later, we're at text message recreations, that really get a little teeny boppy, don't they? If you've read this article, don't you agree with me? This whole addenda basically is this text message reproduction between this god of chaos that's trapped in this flip phone and this teeny bop character. The subtext here is immediately that they've come into contact with one another after meeting up on a hookup app. Once again, I'm not telling you that you can't do these things. I'm never going to be the kind of person who advocates for the abolishment of certain elements and decisions on the wiki. You do you. I don't want you to shut up. I don't want you to go away, because then I wouldn't have the smarter things to say to you that I have to say. I want you to speak up because it's easy for me to look good, I guess. But I don't want you to be quiet. I don't want people to not be making these decisions. I'm happy they're making these decisions because it gives me more material to work with. Come on. So I'm not saying that this person shouldn't be able to do this. I'm just saying that it's a very, very, very firm through line here that tells me that the person doesn't know what they're doing. These are really bad ingredients to throw together. And then as we read the actual dialogue, if you're brave enough to go into that at this point, it's kind of, expectedly basal discussion, the stuff that really wouldn't be interesting to anybody who's not participating in the actual discussion. The Chaos God character writing is completely off of a relative serious tone and this grandiloquent, grandiose philosophical statements that try to be profound, but that kind of amount to these stale platitudes. Like, I'm the first being, produced from nothing before time and space. I wield the laws which all physics rest upon, and thusly perpetuate the chaotic cycle. Anytime you use thusly as an adjective, you're trying very hard to adopt this sort of forced tone of magnanimity and clairvoyance and supremacy. And, unfortunately, the actual content of these thoughts don't really keep pace with the superficial accent of being deep and philosophical. So the author, as we go through this, sort of wiggles desperately within these one-dimensional characters to arrive at some sort of reason to move the article in a direction other than the reproduction of a remarkably boring text conversation. So throughout this whole thing, and even in the more clinical portions, we have kind of average sentence composition, except for the conprox and some of the description, which I think have pretty good clinical tone. Once again, it's really very, very held up in a crutch-like fashion with a lot of technobabble, but it does that pretty well, which can be difficult, right? Technobabble still can be, you can have good technobabble and bad technobabble, so this one kind of rides that line pretty well, I think. But there's some errors such as repeated words that the author hasn't caught up upon, like upon, just stuff like that, just little stuff that maybe they don't even care about that I noticed, but it's just kind of juts out to me. Just lack of polish there is what I would call that. And then as we get to the bottom, the article ends pretty abruptly on what feels like an attempted one-line joke. So we're once again, out of what are we on, 6 articles here? A vast majority of them are trying their hardest to be like really comical. And once again, if that works for you, you're having a great time. But it really is a very dominant way of thinking about writing on the site these days. And so if you happen to be of the kind that was hoping to see a different style, then you're probably not having a great time at this point. So anyway, it tries to end on this one line. I'm not really sure what this means. I guess it's an attempted joke. I don't really know, to be honest with you. I've tried to figure this out. I can't do it. I don't know if I'm lacking some sort of cultural reference that that makes this line work or something, kind of like the League of Legends thing. But the context for this joke appears to be missing if it is a joke, necessitating something like what we saw with that League of Legends, sort of this firm understanding of something completely external and completely irrelevant to the actual SCP Wiki, which feels like you're outsourcing your ideas, by the way, particularly if it's a joke, because you've basically just, you basically just bought a prepackaged joke to try to serve to other people as if you made it, when really it's just microwaved. It's kind of a frozen joke that you just microwaved onto someone's plate. Although somebody did that. I don't know if you I don't know if you've seen this. I'll try not to take many detours, but I gotta give my mind a break at the same time, don't I? I don't know if you've seen this documentary. It's an excellent documentary. The Table at Dulwich, is that it? Man, I wish someone would help me out here. It's not that. The Dulwich. Dulwich? Man, I look like an idiot. Fancy restaurant. Fake fancy restaurant. Is that it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, here it is. The Shed. That's what it's called. The Shed at Dulwich. If you haven't... If you haven't seen this, it's excellent. It was a fake restaurant created in a garden shed in London. It was created as a hoax by a journalist for Vice magazine. It became the top-rated restaurant in London on TripAdvisor before the listing was taken down. The restaurant was open for one night in November 2017, serving 10 guests. The theme was moods. So, these days restaurants try to be kind of like edgy by not categorizing their menus by appetizers and entrees and desserts. They do it by moods, which I guess is cool. Kind of mimics what Limfic is doing. They have tags that they have mood tags. So instead of, that's not really existent on the SCP Wiki. But anyway, so basically what happens with this, if you haven't watched the documentary, it's excellent. They basically convinced everybody through a social experiment that this was like the best restaurant in the world. And everybody was just, just clamoring over themselves to get a reservation here for this one night. And they finally got there. It was this huge thing, so many cameras, a lot of media. They blindfolded the guests to lead them down. So they had this whole sensorial experience for these people. And they sat them down and they served them food that, of course, after all of this sort of conditioning, this social conditioning, sort of this tablecloth phenomena where you have the white tablecloth on the table, therefore the people are going to think the food is very fancy. They served them just microwave dinners that were just reheated, like frozen lasagna, and the people, they filmed them eating this, and of course they blanked their faces out because this ended up being incredibly embarrassing, but they would show these people eating these rewarmed, Stouffer's frozen lasagna plates and going oh, it's the best lasagna I've ever eaten. It reminds me of my home and, my mom's cooking, and it just has that authentic feel. And the whole thing was this giant joke that was just hey, you basically fell for it because you're too excited in your social situation to actually discern what's good and not. And so that's kind of what we get with this school of thinking in the wiki, where it's basically it's these bad jokes, it's terrible writing, but basically everybody wants to be involved in it because it's really more about sociality than it is about writing at this point, I think, in a lot of ways. Maybe that's an overstatement, but it certainly is sort of getting neck and neck, and so that's kind of why we see these articles. So it's really just a yet another conga line it's another SCP in a conga line of other articles of this nature that exist solely to make very poor sort of middle school level articles. It's the containment fiction equivalent of Kids Bop, which is to say that it's obnoxious, it's annoying, it's of very little artistic merit. It's very mediocre, and obviously, in my opinion, this is called the Chaos You Are My Angel. It's making the wiki much worse. So let's see. Where are you? Are you here? Did I already do you? No, that's a different one, sorry. Here we go. Chaos You Are My Angel. So this is about, I don't really think it fits in anything. Oh yeah, no, it's try hard to be funny. Haha. Right. So look at the spread so far. I mean, even in this spread, we still really haven't gotten to any article that does something novel, right? Like, by definition, if you're in one of these, you probably shouldn't be winning the contest. You should probably be in other. You should probably be difficult to categorize. But, you know, we've had a ton of global world enders in the history of these contests, you know, so I don't know if we're going to find one there that does it for this time. But, I mean, look at the spread. I mean, you know, there's 3 times as many haha, no joke, designation, try hard, funny articles than any other category. And then we have basically 3 other ones, one of those being a catch-all that doesn't have anything in it. So, I mean, if you ask me, this is a pretty well-designed tier maker here. It's catching most of them. Really, if I get some in other, then I haven't done my job very well. So anyway, this is a really bad article, just terrible. There's maybe one comment in here that I thought was decent. It's this first one, just disclosing their involvement with this up front. So I appreciated that. That was a nice little touch. I'm kind of disappointed in this one. This is the individual talking here. If you're just listening, I'm reading someone's comment. The Conprox set up this massive world-bending idea with a lot of complicated words to imply it's very big and very important, but when it comes to dialogue, it just drops the ball. It doesn't want to take itself seriously, despite the Conprox demanding that you take it a lot more seriously. That's a really great way to say what I was trying to say in fewer words. To me, this has the same energy of a Marvel movie. It can have great themes, it can have a good plot, good characters, incredibly annoying to see something that tells you that it wants to be taken seriously but doesn't. The humor doesn't work for me here. I feel like it's trying to distance itself from a very serious concept that it starts with, saying, oh no, don't worry, this won't be a serious article that you think it is, ha ha ha. And the reason I think, by the way, just if I could interject my own thoughts, the reason why it does that is because the author is really, honestly, probably being pulled in 2 different directions subconsciously. They probably wanted to write a serious article, but at some point they lost faith in themselves because there's so many people doing shitty articles of this nature on the site that they felt they should probably just follow the flock. That's probably why this article is so bad. It has an identity crisis. Let me text my wife. 1 second. Hey, honey, can you me a Coke? My wife is just the best. Let me send her a little kiss emoji too, so she knows that I appreciate that. Great wife. She's the best. She's my friend. I don't know who I would be without my wife. I don't want to think about who I would be without my wife. That would be a very ugly picture. All right. This just to finish the comment, this very much feels like 2 characters talking over each other, and I don't know. It's disappointing to see an article with a great concept squandered. Well, that's really what Neo-Law Foundation is good at. They basically take great ideas or decent ideas, and they're really talented at just making them the worst they could possibly be. It's really amazing. It's like a reverse rehabilitation course. It gets way worse. It's like a shit filter is what it is. It just gets shittier the longer it stays in the minds and the articles and words of these people. All right, so anyway, I thought this was pretty good. But besides that, no one really has offered any meaningful praise of this article. So people who like it, I mean, it says something, doesn't it? I mean, maybe it shouldn't say everything, but it definitely says something when the people who are saying that the article is good are basically coming to the table with like a crumb. Like they're basically featherweights. They're featherweight statements, Um, I mean, unfortunately, if you want to kind of read the room a little more accurately, you basically can just assess the quality of the critique and which side it comes down on. And that kind of maybe gives you a better idea of what actually this article is bringing to the table. Ralliston doesn't like this one. Pedantique doesn't like this one. I advise how many times you use a kiva in the description in future revisions. Some repetition is inevitable, but the site's terms start feeling especially fictitious when used over and over again. Yeah, so, God, what an excellent point. This happens all the time. We'll get to one really, honestly, it's written by this guy right here, or this person, excuse me, Ralliston. Ralliston's entry has so many words that are repeated. It's very clear the author hasn't recognized that fact. The word, we'll look at it, but the word blinding or blindingly appears in Ralliston's 7K contest entry probably like 11 or 12 times. And it's very clear that it's a go-to adjective that the author doesn't really think critically about. The thing that Pedantique is talking about here is the same phenomenon when you just say a word over and over again, like road. And there's a moment, there's like a threshold that snaps where that word becomes really weird. Like, how could the word road become so weird? I don't know. But I got a message. Oh, someone told me good luck. Oh, thank you. I'm going to need it. Oh, hey, Fern, I am so sorry. Oh, my gosh, you've been talking this whole time. Hey, I am so sorry. Wow, you're probably gone by now. Let me give him some love. Thanks for showing up and commenting. I know it's not easy to comment on this thing because I tried to comment on somebody else's and it told me that I needed to have my phone verified, which is a little bit of a dick move and it's kind of invasive. I don't really think I should be giving my phone out just so I can comment. But the thing is, my phone number is already actually verified in Twitch and it still didn't work. So maybe I'm just a Luddite. Really appreciate you doing this, man. I don't have the time to read all the 7K entries myself. Yeah. I did really like Tufto's article, he says. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Tufto's a writer's writer and certainly is, it's really, really hard to occupy the sort of space that Tufto occupies on the wiki because I don't think they're ever going to win a KCON. But I don't think it's because they don't have what it takes. I think that it's just that Tufto, Tufto's the kind of author that their work, you would put their work into a book in a college literary class on containment fiction, which is to say that they're, incredibly professional academic writers who are good enough to be nodded to in their own time, but whose real value probably it's so concentrated that it has to sort of diffuse over the course of years. Tufto, in my opinion, probably should have won the 5,000 contest with Lamplight. Lamplight is really a marvel of literature. It's an incredible piece, timeless piece of art. So yeah, I mean, Tufto is probably going to have the same thing happen here, where they end up at a good spot, a reasonable, respectable spot. But I think that Tufto is, honestly, if I could say it this way, I think they're a little too mature. I think they're a little too polished, a little too sophisticated. Throw out whatever adjective you want, a little too elegant to have the mass appeal that it takes to win something like a 1,000 contest. Fern also says, I really can't wait to hear your review of Grigori Karpin and Harry Blank's entries because I genuinely enjoyed reading those. Grigori Karpin's entry, which is a Vikander Need entry, actually was one that I gave to Harmony to review. I would have loved to have gone into depth on every single article. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I still need it because I just need a zest, you know what I mean? Like, water is life, but Coke is spicy. Does that make sense? I can't. My brain is already dying. Thanks. Appreciate it. Love you. Let's find out the last time we're going to see her today. Don't dance like that. She's great. I would have loved to have read every article and gone into just a ridiculous microscopy of detail on all of them, but we just can't do that. And really, that's its own commentary, isn't it? I mean, we've gotten to the point where the wiki, it's impossible. It's impossible for people to keep up with the wiki. So how do you think standards of composition are going to keep up with the wiki, right? I mean, Harmony said it best. I mean, there's such an influx of new people writing that basically the old people who have kept this thing together for so long and created environments where, the wiki as a project, as a literary function can be taken seriously. Those people are being completely trampled. I mean, there's absolutely no way they're not going to be completely lost in the deluge. There's nothing you can do. I mean, you can't keep up with them, And we're seeing a lot more effort here, like I said, because this is a very, celebratory moment, right, for the site. But I mean, you got a lot of people doing great crit right now, but this is unusual. So is the quality. It's usually not this good, honestly. So I would have loved to have read Grigori Karpin's. I had to let people take what they wanted to take. I had to get help. So Harmony covered that one. I think we'll watch a video where she tells us her thoughts, that is just, it is what it is. In a perfect world, it'd be like IndieCon, maybe a little better, maybe 2 times, 3 times IndieCon, where you have like 20 articles and you can really get intensive on every single one. But the world we're living in right now with the SCP Wiki, it's just a function of its popularity. It's inevitable. There's no way that the standards won't be watered down by that. It's just physics, honestly. We can't get into the details that we want to get into. That's just, we got to do what we can do. But yeah, I agree with you. I assume Harry Blanks is pretty damn good. Harry Blank is one of those authors who, when he decides to write well, he's kind of like Tufto, but who has demonstrated that he's more than happy to write for an audience that's really, probably a third or a fourth of his age, his reading level. He kind of likes that. So I'm guessing he kind of did that this time to get where he is in the ratings. But we'll see. I'm always down for a drinking game. Yeah, well, you may not remember how well you did at the drinking game if you want to play. We're playing a Neo Law Foundation drinking game where every time I mention it, you drink. So those of you who are playing are probably already drunk. I wouldn't recommend taking a shot. I'd recommend taking a nursing sip. Fern says, personally, I am someone who likes to imagine the O5 Council being able to be less stoic when discussing anomalies and subjects that aren't so drastic. Yeah, because they're people, right? So they fart. The O5 Council takes poops. They're people, right? And the way I'll explain this is that that's fine to do that. But let's ask ourselves, why don't we see something like Darth Vader taking a shit, right, on a Star Wars movie? Because Darth Vader is the same way. He's kind of like the O5 Council of Star Wars, I guess. And Darth Vader, when he was Anakin, he got his limbs burnt off, and I assume that his digestive tract is still intact. That machine could be collecting his poop for him. I don't know, but let's assume that Darth Vader can take a shit, okay? So the question becomes, why in the series of Star Wars movies and shows, why isn't there ever a scene where we see Darth Vader taking a shit? And if you can answer that question, I think you're kind of coming at that point more so from where I'm coming from that point. If you go to Disney, kids Disney, and you can see Darth Vader kind of acting like an idiot, that's one thing because it's Disney kids. But if you're actually watching like a Star Wars movie and you have Darth Vader doing stupid kid things in the actual show, that's probably not a good thing for Darth Vader or your brand. It's kind of like in Obi-Wan Kenobi where Darth Vader lights that fire and then extinguishes the fire with the Force. And then later somebody saves Obi-Wan and relights the fire. But apparently, Darth Vader's not able to do anything about it this time. He just kind of helplessly watches as Obi-Wan is saved again. It doesn't make any sense. It makes him look like an idiot. So, I get where you're coming from, Fern, but you've got to have some tact. You've got to have some restraint to know when and when not to do that. And my question to you is, do you think the people who are writing on the SCP Wiki in these fashions are those kinds of people? Probably not. Fern, I show up where you least expect me. Yeah, congratulations on your fundraiser. That's awesome. Nope, I'm still here. Oh, good. Shit, I meant to staffer. I love tough toes as well, but I said I like to staffers. Yeah, we talked about to staffers. That was the second one we talked about. I tried to read yours in the best voice that I could. Damn, what a tangent. Yeah, I'm going to be desperate for tangents. I don't know how long this is going to take, by the way. Our usual show is like 3 hours. I don't know how long this is going to take. I'll just tell you that right now. I don't know. And so I've abandoned myself to the relentless pull of tangential discussions, just as a form of grace. So, anyway, yeah, to staffers we had some good conversation about. So, all right. So I don't know if you can tell, but I typically don't look at the stream when I'm doing this because, first of all, I don't like the distraction of how many people are here. But yeah, now that I know you're here, that you might be commenting, I'll kind of check it out every once in a while, a little more often. So I don't mean to ignore you, but that's the reason why I haven't noticed. I got a job to do. Okay, so I think we talked about that enough. Chaos, you were my angel. So far, I think we have kind of meh names going on here. You know, everybody should always adjudicate the naming process of an article, which, you know, if it's a real tenuous read, it may come down to whether or not the title is good, honestly. I mean, I've seen titles that blow me away. These so far, man, not real confident in this spread so far. That's okay. All right, let's keep it moving. All right, this one, oh my God, holy God, help me. This is a SCP-7000 entry called 3 White Horses, and it's by an author who we will wait to reveal at the end because they do us the favor of not advertising themselves up front and thereby not instantly contaminating our most professional possible read and adjudication of the article. Okay, that goes both ways. What can I say about this article? You know, I tend to talk a lot more about articles that are bad, so this coverage might be short. This is certainly up into this point in the coverage of these different entries, and in my opinion, still to the amount and level of entries that I've read so far, which, you know, I guess are about half of the total ones right now. This entry is the best, in my opinion. You know, you won't get that from the rating. I think, you know, the really good articles on the wiki are appreciated. It's just that they don't ever get to those like blockbuster numbers. Occasionally they do. The best written stuff are sort of like oh wow, like that's really good, but not like I wish I had that upvote count kind of stuff, right? And so this one at about 68, you know, on the week, I think is right in that sort of like sleeper rating where it's just the really good stuff where I think it's probably too sophisticated for people to really celebrate a bunch. You occasionally have articles that break out of that, like Avalon. You know, Avalon is really sort of aged well and sort of has a long tail of appreciation. Some articles work like that. You know, so it can happen, but most of the time people, you know, it's kind of like slam poetry. I don't want to go on to another tangent because I just did one, but, you know, in slam poetry, you basically say a poem in front of people one time and they have to be impressed that one time, and if they don't, then that's it. And that's kind of the same way with the SCP, in that if they're not sufficiently impressed by what's immediately available on a first read through superficially, your article's going to get deleted and never have the chance to sort of open up to more deeper aspects of itself. And so that's really what the SCP Wiki, it's a benefit, but it's also a lot of its weaknesses is that it doesn't really allow for the kind of depth that's not immediately available, or at least partially immediately available. It's a lot like slam poetry. The authors don't really get the authors of slam poetry don't really have the opportunity to put a whole bunch of nuance and depth that isn't immediately digestible and consumable by the adjudicating audience that they're doing it for, particularly in a competition. So, that's kind of an unfortunate quality of the SCP Wiki. It has to have it, obviously, for curation purposes, but it really limits, it really caps the amount of literary depth, I think, sometimes. But every once in a while, you do get an article that comes through that is of that quality that stays around. I think this is one of those articles. This is a desperately poetic, Homeric epic about survival in a post-apocalyptic world where only the essentials matter. It is impossible to read this article and not feel thirst. There's a lot of sort of Mad Max vibes going on here, but in the best of ways. This is really about the miraculous sort of mirage-like appearance of 3 white horses upon a completely ravaged future Earth, where the people on it are involuntarily freed from all modern technology and of any excess. This is a world where life and death are too close by one another to really make one or the other out very clearly. There's so much creativity and innovation in this article. For example, the use of something called footnotes, which we see over and over again. This is a really, really creative way to sort of slightly meta incorporate a very familiar component to the fictional world from our in real life. So footnotes, what I mean by that, if it's not clear, footnotes are something that we always deal with on the SCP Wiki. We know what footnotes are. This author has taken, it's really like a reverse pataphysics, where the author has taken that and then implanted it down almost surgically one narrative layer lower, which is always, always, always more interesting than the reverse. It's always more interesting to take something in real life and put it into the sub-narrative fictional world than it is to take something from your sub-narrative fictional world and try to elevate it to the real world. The entirety of pataphysics is based upon that action. Oh, listen to this music. Oh, baby. And that's why pataphysics, it's got some fundamental flaws. It's not like it can't be good, but, that's why I say that anything that explicitly states itself as pataphysics is probably a good indication. Not always. It's probably not good if it explicitly states that it's pataphysics. There are exceptions, don't get me wrong. But anyway, so this is a nice thing. Footnotes, of course, they do a really good job with it. They make it really into this role where the person in universe has to, like, sort of in a sort of marathon, sort of Olympian sort of fashion, run as a messenger. And because there's no technology, they have to completely memorize the message in its entirety very, very faithfully in order to do this. So these are very interesting and special people in this post-apocalyptic world. And that's what I'm talking about. Explaining what a footnote is in this article leads me on this, lush, blossoming discussion about this world that this author has created in here. I say those adjectives, it's actually the opposite. This is, once again, a very arid, a very, a high desertification kind of stuff where water is just so scarce itself. But anyway, so it plays with the fourth wall very subtly in this. Very preferable to something like an explicitly pataphysical article. Just a fantastically unique moment of world building. And there are these moments all over this article. If world building is your thing, this article is just, it doesn't get any better than this article. The author, you can tell, is so deeply set into their own immersion, into they are living in their world building. Okay, it's not, the distinction between, that's the real pataphysics. The distinction between the author and this world being a fictional one is blurred. That's how good this world building is. You can almost detect from the read that the author has mentally implanted themselves into this world for a long time, to where it's just the fluency of this world building is off the charts. It comes off completely effortlessly. It's like poking your head into a way, or something. So of all the entries this far, I think this is the only one that is really sitting at the adult table, okay? It's too good to win. No chance this will win. It's too good. And then something else that I like about this article that I would say would be a good reason for it to be 7,000 is because it does something. Like I've been saying, it does something. It takes what we understand to be the foundation, and it takes what we understand to be how things operate, how they can operate, and just throws it out the window. I mean, just implodes it. It just explodes the thing into a different stratosphere of creativity. So to me, this one, 3 White Horses, and the author is They Call Me Tim. So excellent job. I hadn't really paid attention to that author. I certainly will by now. This one is absolutely, without question, raising the whole SCP Wiki. It is by far, even to this moment from what I've read, the most impressive, the best written, in my opinion, and most miraculous entry. This was a spiritual journey. Reading this article was... it was like meeting God. This was a really, 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 really excellent article. I mean, just in every way. I could gush about this article for an hour easily. I won't. This article is defeatingly good. And so it's about 3 White Horses. The one of the categories we have is talking animals, like I talked about earlier. This has animals as the anomaly, but it doesn't. They don't talk. So this is going to go in other, which is another good indication of why this would be a good 7,000 contest, because it's good and unique enough and creative enough to not be captured by these low-hanging fruit, very, very commonly tread article categories. So if it was up to me, and just from what I've read so far, this would be 7,000. It's obviously not going to make it, but people appreciate it, so that gives me hope. I really like seeing that. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, 3 White Horses. I mean, articles get so good to where there's never a point where an article gets so bad that I don't know what to say about it. I guess it does every once in a while. It's way more common that happens for articles that are really, really good. I'm at a loss for words. That article is so, so good. It's just crazy. Just crazy fucking good. Thank you. Fern Lump says he's praying for me. Thank you, my man. Appreciate that. I need it. Okay, so we are going to move on. This next one is called Stomach Ache, and it is by someone with a sensitive stomach. So this is not the actual author's name, so I do appreciate that. They've kind of, played around with that just a little bit. I thought that was kind of fun. So this is a medium to long article about an anomalous teenage female experiencing sort of dramatic and otherworldly episodes of emesis or vomiting. It's a very poignant and touching article that brings into focus very, very human feelings of helplessness and remorse, the sort that really is above anyone's personal fault, but that, as we all know, can infect the mind and convince the individual that something is their fault somehow. So this is a very personal article that I think seems to grapple with feelings of loss and feelings of just really, really difficult sickness. There are very heartwarming but also very skin-crawling and even bone-chilling moments in this article. There's a good command of characterization in these logs, including some very colorful characters that we are treated to, who have really excellent, memorable names. Borborigmus and Eshet are two that pop out to me as excellent characters that I would like to see drawn, honestly. They have very believable dialogue, excellent stage presence. We also get even a little shout out in here to Josie the half-cat. It's not really, I can't find it. It's not really Josie the half-cat, but it kind of is tongue-in-cheek, kind of like Josie the half-cat. So I thought that was kind of funny to see. So the article puts the reader in their own state of this sort of vertiginous nausea, unable to really set anything into the reader's stomach for an adequate digestion. The character and the reasons for why all of this is happening, for example, the backstory, they seem to be sort of introduced as a taste and then sort of brought back out of comprehension. Sometimes a sort of hiccup and slip sort of vomiting, but also sometimes a sort of violent and reverberate down the halls kind of vomiting, hacking kind of stuff. So there's a lot of just play that the author does with information, characters, slipping them in and out, and nothing really seems, like I said, to sit on the stomach in this article for a little too long. But I think it really nicely conveys sort of an emotional, sort of phenomenological, sort of existential sort of coordinates, I guess, that I like about this article. It does a really great job with the contest's theme. Probably the best use of it that we've seen so far. At the beginning, there's almost this like post-traumatic stress disorder or this fear that I have reading these entries that it's going to be taken into too humorous of a direction, with the character eating things that are supposed to be good luck charms. However, the author pleasantly avoids some of the more zany directions that are potentially inherent in this idea. And we end up getting a larger application of the theme in just this individual's general lack of luck in a very guttural and visceral way. There are some very impressive flourishes here compositionally. A whole section adapts the format of a biblical passage, complete with, with verse indicators. Here it is right here. And thus did Margaret kneel upon the floor of her dwelling, and from her mouth emerged the blank. And then, there's numbers next to this. Fern, you know what I'm talking about, right? There's like verses in this article. So I thought that was kind of a nice touch. Also it was kind of well justified. It plays around with this in sort of a sophisticatedly humorous fashion, such as the line in this, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that, in the middle of nominally what is a Bible verse, dropped right into this pomp and circumstance of an Old Testament meeting with God. I really can't be so sure this isn't well justified in universe. It's so charming that it works. It has some interesting ontological suggestions for why the Bible is written in the way that it is. If it truly is the Word of God, maybe it just anomalously falls out on a page like this. That's really an idea that's here that I don't know if is explored very well, but I think it's there and interesting. It's the Book of Margaret, chapter 18. Verses 10 through 20. So go check that out. I'll say this, the article feels very long still. Even if for as interesting as it is, there are moments where it tends to drag its heels at points, particularly in the addenda. It sort of overstays its welcome by just a bit. It's not too much so that it's egregious, but some of these passages feel as though they meander and don't quite have a very directed or aerodynamic quality to them. The one that I'm thinking of is when this scene with the angelic figures and this repairman. Let me see if I can I find repairman in here? Yeah, so this old man, this scene right here, this one sort of drags on to me, although there are some kind of nice statements, sort of philosophical statements provided in that section too, so it's kind of, you take one with the other. I also think that the reveal in the end, which I won't ruin for you, but there's a little bit of a character reveal at the end, I think. I think it's supposed to be a character reveal. I'm not 100% sure, because, at the end it was kind of seen from a mile out. I could kind of see it coming from a long distance away, I'm sure other people did too. Whether or not that was supposed to be a twist, I really don't know. But this is a really worthwhile read. I really enjoy the addition of the cadence in the articles chronologically so far. It's not the only one with a hefty emotional payload. We saw that with Staffer's entry for sure. But it is a nice breath of fresh air from some of the dank sewage that so many of these irresponsible entries have been so far, and then also a nice contrast from some of the more serious, very heavy concepts that we've seen so far. So, the author has taken the moment to express themselves very powerfully and utilize the medium as a genre to a level of a very proud representation. This is an excellent example of containment fiction. I don't think it has enough to win the contest, obviously, at this point. It doesn't really, again, do anything particularly novel or interesting, but just for the context of the 1000 contest here. But it is a very, very nice ornament to the contest, and I think it's very, very well worth your time. Maybe it's because I'm a parent, but this one made me tear up when I read it. So, excellent job. So, Stomach Ache, here it is here. It kind of is luck in the sense that we have a lot of, lucky items that the character tries to eat. It certainly isn't a global scale or a world ender. It's not really trying too hard to be funny and failing, as most of these up here have, in my opinion. It doesn't really elicit a nose exhale, and it isn't about talking animals. So this one also is going to be in the other category. So I think that's a good thing. And I would say Stomach Ache is a ray of hope. It's not spectacular, in my opinion. It's not on the level of Three White Horses, but it's good. It's really good. So definitely check that one out. Not too long either. And it is by author Sonderance, for the record. Okay. So this is SCP-7000 Horn of Plenty. The author tells us who they are. It's the one that I can't pronounce, so I'll just call them Koth. But we've seen this author quite a lot around, and also I have noticed that this author does some pretty good crit, and appreciate when this author does good crit. So this is called Horn of Plenty. I'll go ahead and say just up front, I know better than to believe this, but I just can't help myself. I know this is a hideous CSS, but there's something about, you ever see something that's just so ugly that you're attracted to it, kind of. That's kind of what this is for me. Like, I know better. I know that this CSS is ugly, but I just can't help it. I just can't help it. I love it. I love this CSS theme in all of its ugliness. I just love it. All right, so the anomaly is about the Foundation taking on the challenge of global hunger and sort of socializing food access by using a set of existing anomalies and also waypoints to kind of distribute this anomalously produced food, and that's why it's Thaumiel, of course. In contrast to its subject matter, however, this article I think is quite flavorless. Nothing really happens. The majority of the read is basically schematic exposition, where basically the author is just taking us. It's a very admonition-like approach, where there's just an absolute waterfall of technical specifications and exposition about this machine that is making all of this anomalous food and distributing it. It kind of comes off like an episode of How It's Made, but instead of that show's premise, where seemingly uninteresting objects' manufacturing processes actually turn out to be fascinating, this article gets that formula backwards. The object should be interesting, right? A machine that can anomalously produce a global supply of food and then distribute it to those places that need it the most. Seems like it should be an interesting idea, but the process of explaining this Byzantine machine is dreadfully dull all the way through. And as you can see, we get into a lot here. There's the middle section explained. I mean, there's all these components. There's visual schematics. There's some of these schematics are pretty poor quality. This looks like it was made on Microsoft Paint in about 5 minutes. But you kind of get the gist. What you're seeing here is kind of what you get for this article, okay? The clinical tone, I would say, is polished, but pretty flat. Nothing really rises to the level of capture for the reader. For example, I think the best part, if we want to take just a quick look at the conprox, I think the best part of this is the joint task force that's named Lunch Ladies. I think that's really the best that it gets in the conprox. The majority of the text in this could probably be synopsized and collapsed to about a paragraph or two, and I'm talking about all of this that you see here. As such, this really was a punishing read. It just would not end. As I said, when something is flavorless, it's very, very difficult to get all the way through this much just, absolute metric tonnage of highly technical descriptions. Even like I said, the images are decent to unstimulating. It relies heavily upon other SCPs for any moments of color and action, such as SCP 4997 right here in the article. It kind of uses that to actually introduce the first action that we see in the article. And in an interview down here between the O5 Council and some seemingly important meeting with the Horizon Initiative, one of the first things we get is Milk Jesus. So, I mean, it feels like it's trying to cash in on some stolen valor. I know that puns can't be helped here, and the author snaps the suspension of disbelief in doing it, but yeah, I mean, it kills the article, man. Once you make this pun, like right here, it's an utter fraud. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. You spend all this time going through, a staunchly dry, staunchly technical thing, and I guess you're trying to vary up the moment by mood here, but once you make this pun, the article is dead, man. It's flatlined. The suspension of disbelief is dead. I mean, you just snapped its neck. So, I mean, we have this attempted high-stakes meeting with O5-1 and these members of this other GOI, but it just feels very wooden and overlain. The topical political inclusions that are in here that really kind of remind one of more recent geopolitical events. They sort of feel like they're sort of shoehorned in here. They kind of have sort of a souring note to it. So this is, I think, the first one. This is the first 7000 entry that we've looked at tonight so far. And it's called The Horn of Plenty, that I did not finish. And it's not to say that it was terribly written. It's not like it was just so offensively bad that I couldn't stand to be around it anymore. But it was just a really, really unexciting entry, and it was dreadfully long. It was kind of an absolute snooze to me. If we go down to all the way down to the commentary, the author has its own rambling here. I know I'm the last person who should be criticizing ramblings, but the author's own commentary is as long and as dull as the article itself, and it doesn't help this article become any more engaging. It almost seems like, this was expected to be a really significant article, and it just didn't live up to the hype that the author had for themselves. So, I mean, once again, just very strong 2000 attempt vibes. If you're gonna try to be like something like SCP-2000, I mean, you got to really, really be good. This one just does not live up to that moment at all. It doesn't meet the moment. Okay. Horn of Plenty would be probably it is global scale. It's not a world ender, but it is global scale because we're talking about global hunger. It's this totality sort of encompassing thing. So that's why it gets put in that category. All right, so just a number. This is the next one. This one is, a very clean looking article. And I don't want to say who the author is quite yet, but I think it's always very heartwarming to see administrators writing for the site. That's not something that we get all the time. There's a lovely picture here. I love this picture. I think it's maybe slips past most people, but there's a really bold move here, which is the removal of all the document introductions. So there's not really a designation number. There's not really an object class. There's not really an ACS. It's basically just an image, and it goes straight into the containment procedures. So that's a little bit of a novel move that I think is probably understated in most people's read of this, but that I thought was kind of cool. The anomaly here is a city of complete statistical averages. So I think this is probably the most creative use of the theme of luck that we've seen so far. It's really low key. It's really subtle. In that luck is just basically an average of probabilities. The context of luck is just an averaging of probabilities. So this article sort of takes this sort of like distant sort of component of the theme and just blows the picture up into this anomaly. So I think that's pretty cool. It's a city that is occupied by complete statistical averages, when it comes to people and what they do and what they're like and how many kids they'll have and how many miles they'll drive and stuff like that, how much time they'll spend in their car every day. Everybody is the same way. It's almost like this Truman Show or Stepford Wives kind of thing, I guess. But so we get into the actual meat of the article. That's a pun. Because the author is mini meats. I had to explain the pun. Sorry. There's some decent characterization going on here when we get to the discovery with the characters that the author introduces, but the dialogue becomes entirely too convenient for the plot. There's some serious pistol whipping of the reader going on in this article when it comes to just how convenient some of the script is and what the author decides to force to have happen. That's actually a pretty good example, is that at one point this character gets basically pistol whipped and smacked in the head to where he falls to the ground really hard, but at the same time was able to remember the exact words that were spoken to him at those moments or just after those moments of being smacked in the head and floored. So, it kind of comes off as a little hackneyed there. So, like I said, though, a very clever, a very tricky anomaly, one that takes some skilled hands, I think, to present well, and that uses the contest theme in a subtle way that requires 1 degree more of thinking than the, typically flat presentation of many of these articles so far. I think the author captured it nicely and in the right moments. There are some weak moments that sort of glare, such as the Foundation taking this one agent's verbal testimony as so reliable so as to conduct a seriously resource-intensive search for this reported destination anomaly without actually any real solid leads. They just basically go off on this guy's statements that, hey, this thing exists and you should go look for it, and so they do, because the plot kind of demands it. So the plot of this article is very much helped by a sort of compositional phlebotomium, where things happen in a very protrusive manner so that the author can get to the next narrative step. The characterization, I think, gets moldy when we finally meet the mayor of this town. This is the last addendum, I think, here. We have a sit-down with this average city mayor who sort of expectedly and tritely adopts a very exaggeratedly regal persona, something usually reserved for all those talking animals that we see on SCP, but then very quickly morphs into a cackling, evil, mad scientist sort. So let me just take this one line. I think will explain it very well. This is the mayor speaking, justifying why it is that they are having a city full of averages. We've taken away all the pain and hardship of not knowing what your future has in store for you, don't you see? Do you know how many young people would kill for the comforting knowledge that they'll have a partner before 30 to raise a family with? And so there's kind of like this, okay, so maybe I'm evil, but I'm doing it for good reasons kind of trope that's going on with this evil mayor character. So the author also takes the opportunity to belabor how inhumane a statistical approach to explaining humans is, and sort of base the protagonist's emotional impetus off of this direction, when really this is kind of a complaint of scale. Approaching humanity from a statistical perspective is kind of something that is necessary at certain levels of scale in order to get any actionable and meaningful information about something. It really shouldn't be commentary like we live in a society kind of commentary for individual people, because the statistics break down when you get to the individual person, right? So this kind of comes off as misguidedly preachy in those moments where it's like, oh, this is not my path. I'm different from I'm an individual. You can't call me a statistic. You would call me a number. Well, I'm going to call you out. That's kind of like where this ends up. It kind of feels like I'm 14 and this is deep levels of sticking it to the man kind of social commentary. We even have like straight up anime lines. It's in our hands, not a calculator's. That doesn't really work, does it? A calculator doesn't have hands either. So it feels like the argumentative mental turmoil of a college student taking a philosophy class for the first time. It just doesn't come off very well. It doesn't play well. So anyway, all in all, I think this is a great idea, delightfully conceptual, but I think by the end, kind of rotted through by very poor character work. It's like finding a tomato, that looks beautiful on the vine, and you pick it, and then on the obverse side that you didn't first see, there's like a big moldy spot. That's kind of what this article is to me. So I didn't finish it, honestly, and that's saying a lot because I was really only a few paragraphs away from finishing this thing, but I just, after I saw enough, sometimes you can eat a big old handful of pickles, and then that last pickle, even though it's just one more, you're just like, no thanks. So this one's, I didn't finish it. And it's not, once again, it's not because it's super terrible. It's just that it got sufficiently bad. So this one is just a number. And I guess the anomaly is kind of, it's not really luck, is it? Nah, it's not really luck. So I'm just going to put it in other. So that's a plus for this article for sure. All right, so we are, God help me. I need Jesus. How far into this are we? 2.5 hours. My God. We're not even, We're not even like, fuck me. Okay. Excuse my language. So this is, I think, where Harmony starts her coverage. So I'm gonna play this while I go take a restroom break. This is about 7 minutes. I think you got this on screen. So I'm gonna vanish, and then I'll let Harmony take over for the next 7 minutes. Once again, I really appreciate her looking at some of these, and I really appreciate her thoughts. And it's going to give me a nice little break. So y'all watch this, and sorry, I cut myself off. I'll see you in just a minute.
blessing, aren't we?
Thank you. I agree. I agree. That wasn't that good. I loved that one. So, you know what? I wasn't doing this as I went. I'll have to. What I'll do is I'll go back and I'll mesh Harmony's, tears with mine. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that video. So we talked about this guy. Yeah, wonderful commentary, Harmony. I loved it. I wish I could just do, I probably need to work on that. That's a good one. I like that. And then before we move on, there were a couple of those that Fern also read. So we'd have a little overlap there, but I do want to kind of honor Fern and read what Fern had to say. So Out of Luck was one of those ones that that Harmony checked out here. So let's see. This is Out of Luck. This is what it looks like. It counts down. You get a lot of sort of like nested offsets and things like this. Fernlom said, "Oh, this is by an author I have not heard before. I get the pleasure of going in completely blind and unbiased," which I thank you, Fern, for recognizing that that's what's up. This is the one we were all expecting. Luck is the anomaly, and the foundation is cursed. Not to say this one was generic, though it was a tad predictable. This SCP, I predict, will rank highly for the sheer fact that it's literally the contest theme. I personally love the use of the administrator in this one, and its clever use of spelling and grammar errors. Fernlum says, "I'm optimistic, so I'm assuming the errors are intentional." All in all, this one currently has an upvote from me. Give it a read. So that's this one. I wanted to make sure that we got that in there too. Another one that Fern read that I think Harmony just mentioned is tell you what, let me pop this one out because I'm gonna come back to that one. Is this one here, an old artifact. Fern also read that one too. So that one says, another author that I haven't, this is Fern, another author I haven't heard of, but I think I'm going to do a deep dive into their work after this contest. Honestly, this one took me a while to figure out. Here it is. This one took me a while to figure out how it connects to the Luck theme. Another classic doomed timeline story. This 7000 slot takes the angle of doomed timeline is our timeline and executes it pretty well. Not my favorite entry so far, but still worth a read. All right, so this is really not that long until you get down to the bottom, which is like the worst thing to do. Like structurally, people get really pissed off when it's like, oh, they look at the scroll bar and they're like, oh, okay, it's not too bad. And then they get to the bottom and you basically like, oh my gosh, you just collapse. You just, okay. That's not a great, that's not a great strategy for a contest that's probably going to have 80 submissions in the first week. But that's okay. We have some really, really long entries. Like Harmony was talking about Ekronak's entry, which is this one right here, Insane, Wailing, and Feral. This one is super duper duper long. Super duper long. Certainly an interesting one. I think if I had to say anything about this, just to add to the conversation, this one is getting pummeled. I mean, it really is. Sometimes you just have a difficult crowd, right? I mean, it's not the same crowd for every entry, and some entries seem to get, seem to have a harder time, than others. They seem to be scrutinized just a bit harder than other entries, and so that I kind of certainly felt like this was one of those. Not to say that they're being unfair. I think some of the things that are said in the comments here are good. But yeah, look at this image work. I mean, so cool. I think an anomalous one, I think if I'm not mistaken, is the individual who did this picture, and it really has sort of been a tandem, a duo with Ecronac for image work on their articles recently. So I think this is really, I mean, even the ACS looks really good. So yeah, just really great work. I'm very interested to read more of this. I wasn't able to really dig into this one like I wanted to. But yeah, I've heard good things. It's certainly in the top 20 or so of the entries, so it's good. It's good for sure. All right. So the one that we didn't get to in there, which I think is worth covering, which is doing fantastic at 150, is Business Lizard. So this one is certainly one we could put in the talking animals category. Although it doesn't technically talk, it types on a keyboard. But this is really just a classically talented article. The first thing to notice in here is that the clinical tone is just stellar. And it's clearly from a person who's been doing this so long that the clinical tone is, it's like breathing. They don't really have to think about it. It's just absolutely effortless, the quality of the clinical tone that happens in this article. And as we find out, it's somebody who's been on the site for, a decade. So that's probably why those things really do come through. And then we have a talking lizard. It's not really talking, but it can communicate via a keyboard. And this is just a very clever, a very cute, a very adorable anomaly. And once again, it does this without ever making compromises with what we understand to be the challenge of writing in this genre, the character of the format. It even does this well when it comes down to the more humorous components of this article, where we have a nice interview with the anomaly. And it's really interesting to see how this article deals with luck, how it folds that into the anomaly. And it's just a very charming way to go about applying the theme to this setup. And what makes this so good is that, this is just a wonderful use of containment procedures and anomaly design. So basically, in order for this to work, in order for this anomaly to speak, you have to address it as some sort of like epithet at the beginning of a sentence. So, one of like three. So you have to say business lizard, or you have to say stocks lizard or commerce lizard in order for the communication to actually work. And so that really creates this really wonderful beat of comedy and humor throughout this whole thing. And that's how you create, zaniness. That's how you create, irreverency. That's how you create humor in an article like this. And you keep from breaking the platform. You keep from, chewing up the shoulders that you're standing on with your cleats. This is how you do it. Okay, so this article, I'll drink to this one because it's not in the OLOL Foundation. It actually achieves its humor by couching it in character, which is way harder to do. But that's why this one is so good. I mean, this just absolutely buzzes with talent, and it never makes a compromise with idiocy in order to make its humor work. So this is by Zen, and it's great to see Zen writing. Long time, ton of work for the wiki, just a absolute workhorse. So nice to see her writing and putting all of that time in the crit threads and the crit forms to good use, like we know she can. And get a little bit of love too, for all that. Not that that's what really is the reason for this being a well-liked article. It's actually really excellent. So definitely read this one. Business Lizard is, I think, weightlifting the whole wiki, because it's just almost single-handedly showing people who like to write in that new school of humoristic composition how you can actually be more effective by keeping that contrast alive. Because otherwise, you're basically writing, colorful text, but it's on a background that is just as colorful. You need the contrast for the color to pop off, and for the joke to be funny, and for the humor to be substantial. And so this is how you do it. Okay, this is a master of the craft, showing people how to do it. So definitely check that one out. That's good. I think Harmony covered a series of misfortunate events, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Really, really bad right here, by the way. You really need this to be white text. It looks terrible. Speaking of no contrast. But Harmony covered this one, so thank you. If there's one that we actually end up missing, I hope someone will point it out. That way we can go back. We'll probably have one or two fall through the cracks. I really hate that. We talked about Misfortune George. I agree with the images comments on that. I mean, just, the VKTM, it's a very popular GOI. It really has a lot of acceleration going for it. I don't know how much max speed or longevity it has for it, because, I mean, honestly, at this point, maybe it's just me, but they're all sort of starting to feel kind of the same. I mean, in one ways, that's kind of the point of the GOI, is that you always have this sort of like anomalous bit of media, sort of circa 1990s, circa 1980s aesthetic media. But they're starting to sort of bleed together. It almost feels like it doesn't really have a lot of square footage to the idea. You basically, once you're through the doorway of anomalous videotape or whatever, you can go wherever you want, but it's feeling increasingly like a long corridor that's just kind of claustrophobic conceptually, and I'm glad that this is well received. I'm happy for the author. I didn't read this, so I can't say anything about it, but that's just kind of how I start to feel about these entries. We talked about Alcoholic Anonymous. We talked about that. So I'm going to pick it back up at... actually, I had a lot to say about Mr. Rogers. That's one of the other overlaps, but I'll try to skip that. I thought that this one was actively making the... I guess I'll talk about it. Fuck. Let's see, 2 hours and 50 minutes. I feel like quitting, but then I remember. Billith. And I remember. Did he collapse on that stream? Do we know? Did his heart give out while he was doing that stream? I don't know. If not, then that's pretty kick-ass. Oh, God. Okay, so this is Mr. Rogers in a bloodstained sweater by somebody who we'll talk about once we're done. So this plays the whole updated file game, which is really odd in universe. Why not just update the file? That's what makes the most sense here. Just read the updated file. If you're going to update the file, why are you keeping the old version and having us read it first? It doesn't make any sense. This anomaly is a human, just like Harmony talked about. It's a very poor application of the theme. Just completely one-dimensional. It's completely flat, has no depth to it whatsoever. The anomaly is just someone who can manipulate the realistic probability of naturally being exposed to material related to Mr. Rogers. So, I mean, it achieves the same effect as ontokinetically forcing such material to appear, and it is truly indistinguishable from that. So from a conceptual point of view, so the role of luck is actually artificial here. It's actually an illusion or a mirage. It actually isn't here at all, because if you can manipulate the realistic probability of being exposed to Mr. Rogers' content, it's really the same as saying that you can just weakly force it into existence in some ways. So it really doesn't have anything to do with luck at all. The role of luck in this anomaly is completely forcefully stuffed down the throat of the article in order to fit in. It is very, very poor imagination and design in this anomaly. Really, really, really offensive character design as well. So let's kind of take a look at this. This kind of sums it up for me. Researcher Jackson, thank you. Now, according to our records, your anomalous effects occur. Researcher Jackson opens a file and begins to skim through it. Can you see the sort of theatrical exaggeration of movement already happening here? Researcher Jackson, am I reading this right? SCP, why are you asking me? I can't read it from here. Researcher Jackson rolls his eyes, and the SCP chuckles. Yeah. And then we get a little later on, and of course, we have the O5, and they are cast again, probably in the second portion here. As always, with these sorts of articles, the O5 is cast as kind of stupid and ineffective and slightly ridiculous people. Where is that? Here it is. Yeah, we got 057, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, and it seems like the O5 are here just to sort of steroid shot itself back into importance, more important than it could possibly be. That's really a hallmark of bad writing, is when you have to introduce the O5 Council in order to make your anomaly seem more important. It should be important enough to beckon the O5s. You shouldn't puppet the O5s into your articles so that your anomaly can be granted this sort of like second-hand importance. That doesn't work ever. It's clear that the author wants to get a rise out of the audience by making a quirky anomaly based around looking at Mr. Rogers. I'm not really one for respecting dead people, I guess, but it kind of is borderline disrespectful to Mr. Rogers, in my opinion. If we actually go down to the commentary, this sort of reinforces what I was afraid of. So it says, this idea came out of an AI generator, and I just rolled with it because I thought it was funny. And then when it gets a little worse, I wasn't sure if I should make it a J or a main list. So I decided, why not both? And made it a Department of Other skip. That's not how that works. This is the same thing that we saw in SCP-6612, the horse joke, where the original one had that serio-comical footnote on its object class. It was just an attempt to be smuggled in through the back door of pseudo-canon. This is doing the same thing. It's basically, it literally casts something called the Department of Other so that it can simultaneously be in-universe and liberally irreverent for the jokes, for the lulz. So thank you, Department Con. It makes a serious effort to canonize -J articles, which, if you're not catching it, defeats the purpose of -J articles. But, once again, this is an absolute kids table article. The kids table at SCP thinks it's real cool right now. The sense of humor at SCP is so desperate that it is thrilled at the idea of making the main list a joke. So, anyway, this is, let's get your drinks ready. This is a Neo-Lol Foundation article, most definitely. It has an identity crisis. It doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. It tries to be serious. It tries to be funny. It can't do either. So, no surprise on this one. This is Mr. Rogers, and it is basically the luck is the anomaly, so it's incredibly unimaginative in that respect. And let's see. Yes. It is actively making the wiki worse, in my opinion. Okay. So the next one is Murphy's. This really is I could basically just copy paste everything I just said and then put it here. So this is, it's technically included as an SCP entry in the contest. It's not an SCP. It's a 19,000 word long screenplay that throws in 4 paragraphs. I mean, look at all this. Just look at that scroll bar. It's a 19,000 long word screenplay, complete with blocking and direction and speech. It might even have acting directives in here. I don't know. That at the very, very end throws in about 4 paragraphs of an actual SCP article. It really does this as an afterthought. The anomaly here in this section where we actually get to formal documentation is so unimaginative and flat as to be insulting. Basically, what happens is that if it's a glove, and if you wear the glove, it manipulates probability. So, once again, we're back here where the anomaly is luck. And just to be fair, I won't go too hard on this one because I didn't finish it. So, partially due to its length. I mean, can you blame me? You can't. I didn't finish it. People seem to like it. The comments, I didn't see a lot of good argumentation for why this is a good article. Just kind of thin. But people seem to like it. So if this seems interesting to you, go check it out. All right. So we will move on. So once again, we did all these. Harmony covered those. Fern covered the rest. Where are we here? Let me see. Oh, yeah. So we just did that. So now we're at something called a reminder. Okay. So this is a highly meta article that solely exists to remind entrants into this 7000 contest to calm the heck down. And that this is just a writing site about a poopy statue fanfiction thing. The anomaly here is unexpectedly sophisticated for a directed meta commentary article. It is a Foundation-produced communication method by utilizing various mimetic suggestions through plain text. The SCP diminishes the retroactive generation of anomalous phenomena in baseline reality. Damn. Okay. Like I said, unexpectedly sophisticated. There's some very elegant concepts being packed in very tightly there, sort of brushed over very quickly, but it's not easy to construct an anomaly like this and it be convincing. So props to this not being overtly pataphysical, which I think is, like I've said already, almost an instant KO for most articles that approach a pataphysical or a fourth wall directed target. There are some really great, really words of wisdom in this entry. As we go down, it kind of gives examples, and you really start to realize that these are things that the article wants people to tell themselves as they're stressing over their SCP-7000 entry to hopefully get them into a healthier state of mind. So you have things like, hey, doing something else will clear your head, or hey, you've done enough today already. Ask yourself, is this fun? Forget about it all for now. Go get some water. Talk to somebody. Get help. Seriously, it's a community. Go make friends. Don't torture yourself. Take regular breaks. Call your grandparents. Enjoy this cat. Only a nobody would hurt you for not finishing. There's a fine line between passion and obsession. Never go too far. And then the last one says, the number doesn't make the article. You give the number value. Don't let it consume you. So that's just a great message. It's so true. It's so true. All this is for a number. Once again, there's a lot of, fun. There's a lot of, it's just a great time for everybody on the wiki to have something like a contest like this. But, the number doesn't make the article, right? The best articles on the site are just some number that somebody just picked because it was the next one, It didn't really have any significance to it. So ultimately, the good impressions of this article, I think, are eventually overruled by the article's purpose and design of essentially being a forum post or a tweet that is put into the SCP document. It adds the irony of doing so in the context of the contest, which sort of invalidates its good messages in a way, in that a similar neurotic obsession for participation, competition, and reception can easily be read into this article's chosen message and its method of presentation, which is a 7,000 contest entry. So The restraint sort of has to spill over in this attempt, and the metaphysical or pataphysical subtlety sort of clips, as really the only thing really left after this setup has been ultimately stripped away by the end is the almost paradoxical and oxymoronic moment where this is desperately trying to tell you to not care about the SCP-7000 contest's minutiae, and yet it kind of involves itself with it to do that. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a little bit of an awkward posture. I think there's a place for this. Obviously, it was there for the taking. It's sort of low-hanging fruit, just in a way, in my opinion, and unfortunate that it's really just so short-sighted with the very low probability of relevance or longevity. It seems to sort of play the moment out for all it can, so it sort of sells itself out for the present tense almost completely, and damn the rest. I mean, this is real nice. Another way to say that is this is real nice in this moment of the SCP-7000 contest, sure, but, you know, in a year from now, you know, 2 years from now, you know, I don't really think this is going to be, it doesn't really have that same presence as it does now. So this one is a reminder. Here it is. So it's basically luck, right? Because let's read it again. No, I guess it isn't. How is luck involved in this one? Oh. Is the word luck in here? Yeah. So yeah, in 1 week, a higher amount of newly discovered anomalous phenomena were reported, most in some way resulting to the concept of luck. That's just leaning a little too close on the fourth wall to where I can sort of smell the body odor of that line come through. You know, doesn't smell good. So I guess that's how luck was incorporated into this. It's really all that I could tell, so we can't put it there. Once again, I was really impressed with the anomaly when it first came through the gate. I was like, damn. But then when it got closer, I was like, oh, you know. So I think ultimately it's going to be a... So it's our first nose exhale, just because it really kind of nosedived there for a little bit. And, you know, this is really an innocuous article, so it's going to be meh right there. All right, I feel like I'm in the JCPenney changing rooms. Yeah, fashion music. All right, so the next one is Lucky Clover. Yeah. So, okay. Let me take a second. Fuck. This is tough. What's going on? I'm back. What's up, Fern? Nice to see you again. Thanks for joining. Oh my gosh. I feel like I need to stand up or something. Okay. Oh, I had a muffin. What you been up to, man? God. All right. So, this next one is called Lucky Clover. So it may not be surprising to you, to anyone, to learn that it is essentially just luck. Right, so the description is a 47-leaf clover that has a constant effect on relative probabilistic reality, resulting in the perceivable existence of good fortune. So it literally is just luck. Okay, I mean, it's a slight semi-step away from being just straight-up luck, so that counts. It's not a sufficient distance to keep it from that categorization. It's not to say that entries that feature a good luck charm or worse, or luck itself, are necessarily bad. It's just that it's the most immediately available idea possible. It's like that cave drawing I talked about earlier, where everything is present along the same plane and it's just right there. There's no three-dimensionality to it whatsoever. It's just hard to capture any semblance of depth when you go in this direction. So, you know, kudos to an article that does this and ends up being good. But yeah, it's certainly hard to do. It's also, by the way, also true for those explicitly Irish references in that To Staffer article. But I think this kind of does some similar things too. It has very Irish sort of stereotypes in here. We get a lot of Irish. Evelyn O'Shannon. Why this has to be so Irish. I don't know. I don't really know. I get it. Obviously, everybody gets that, but. The same as the To Staffer article. I mean, this one is showing of this luck anomaly is sort of boring. It's like a card trick that you've seen 1,000 times. The deck shuffles, the coin flips, the lottery tickets, all that's in here as like instances, like instantiations of the theme as a justification for the article, when they're just like, they're so overused, that it just comes off as like kind of stanky, honestly. Now, I'll say this. There's a great line or two that really help the reader grapple with how big the numbers of the of the article can get. So that's one thing I think I really enjoyed about this article. This line right here. This is a statistical improbability. Truly, if we go off the calculation that there are 10 to the 82nd number of atoms in our observable universe, you could turn every atom into its own universe and every atom of those universes into its own, and repeat twice more, pick a random atom, and that's not even as statistically improbable. Or whatever, it's about that. So I thought that was really cool. Just kind of taking us through like an instant tour through several orders of magnitude, several degrees of scale, powers of scale. I thought that was nice and cool. Unfortunately, the article here, let me just make sure I got everything uncollapsed, has some grammatical issues here. So, for example, this line, the D wrote in once denoted edge and. It should be wrote in one. Despite no column being listed, D wrote in once denoted edge. So, despite no column being listed, D wrote in one denoted edge and marked said column 100 times. That's what it's supposed to say. So that typo has yet to be, I guess, called out or corrected or noticed by the author. And there's another one in the next paragraph. Despite multiple other intended tests, I think we perfectly understand what this anomaly is capable. So you're missing of at the end of that sentence. This was another one not too far away. 05-1 arrives at Site 37 alongside one member of Red Right Hand as an escort. So, but the grammatical errors are really not the worst part of this article. There are some logical problems here that the author makes happen so that the plot can continue. Like this moment where the soul, we just read this line where there's only one member of the Red Right Hand who is escorting this 051. And so that's kind of a strange thing to already set up. It kind of is this protrusion that sticks out very awkwardly. And then, of course, the author tries to sort of euphemize this by making a footnote saying that due to vital operations elsewhere, only one member could accompany the 05 rather than the traditional two. But then, of course, when we get past this action sequence, it's very clear that the author had to have only one of these MTF agents so that the plot could do what it wanted to do. And then even more so, this one agent who is there is, in the course of this action sequence, inexplicably told to go aid in the recontainment of a non-hostile humanoid anomaly who had gotten out of containment in the site at this moment. So this ends up being a pivotal thing so that the next events can happen. So in other words, the author needed this MTF group to only have one person, and then needed that MTF person to be out of the picture. and so got the plot to teleport this person elsewhere for purely convenient sake. The same is really true for the rising action and the climax of this, which has the protagonist benevolently pull the trigger on a firearm while aiming at the 051 head. And a blind luck hope that it would jam and not kill the 05. And so this prompts the 05 to promote the researcher for this. You heard that right. This researcher puts a gun to the 05 member's head, pulls the trigger, hoping that their theory is correct about this lucky anomaly or unlucky anomaly. It does jam, and then so the 05 promotes the researcher for doing that. So astonishing character writing and plot, and not in a good way. It's filled to the brim, I think, with cliches. It was very, very difficult to get past those, and so I didn't finish reading this one. So this is Lucky Clover. We already categorized it, obviously, as luck being the anomaly. Nothing else really to it. And where is it on here? Did I already put it in here? What is this called? Lucky Clover. So I didn't finish it because it was too bad. I didn't finish it because it was too bad. Didn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. The story had zero finesse. It had zero proper machinery to it, machining. If this story had its metal pieces welded together by somebody, it'd be the most uneven and grossly disproportionate weld job ever. It looks terrible. You can tell where the author had to sort of graft this onto this in order to make the whole thing work, and there's not a lot of skill compositionally. There's not a lot of skill structurally in this thing, so just couldn't keep my attention. Wasn't very good. All right, the next one is Dr. Sumerian Almost Goes Out on a Limb, which is the best title of this contest, like by far. It's very, very clever for him having almost been killed by a tree branch that fell into his house. And of course, everybody knows the story by this point, I hope. This is his house. This is based on true events, as the informational header will tell you, based on really, really true events. And so you kind of get that when you read the article. I heard the news that this happened to Dr. Sumerian. This is a really unique piece. There's really nothing like this on the wiki, where this happens all the time with like really shallow and really, if you want me to be blunt, stupid ideas that people have to incorporate memes and other sorts of in real life events into their wiki, but nothing like this. This is on a whole different level, right? I mean, this guy had a near-death experience and correctly decided to pay homage to that in a celebration of what life he was able to retain as an SCP document, because that's what means the most to this guy, okay, this author, Dr. Sumerian. So, Dr. Sumerian's one of the good guys, okay? He's a real G, okay, real OG. And, ever since he got unbanned from contests correctly, I had a feeling he'd probably do well in this one. So I couldn't possibly imagine that it would be this way. No one could. And I hate to kind of say it this way. It sounds a little callous, but when I heard, first of all, that he had survived, but second of all, that, he almost died. And because this tree in a storm fell on his house. I was in this storm system, by the way. I live close-ish to where Dr. Sumerian lives, regionally. And so I actually experienced this same storm, and it was a really, really bad storm. I've never seen winds like that weren't part of a cyclone, of some kind, be it a hurricane or a tornado. So this was a really, really dangerous storm. So my heart really went out to Dr. Sumerian when I heard about this. But one of my first thoughts after understanding that he was okay was I wonder how he'll think of this event given the context of this contest that's going on. And it looks as though I wasn't the only one who thought that. And I had kind of been listening to Dr. Sumerian talk about some things, once again on the Billith streams, and I knew that he was trying to write an SCP that was based around D&D. That was his first idea. And so he completely scrapped that and then came up with this one basically on the spot to submit for this contest because it was just such a confluence of circumstance, wasn't it? I mean, it's the epitome of the contest in some ways. So, that's the power of a life and death situation, I suppose. And I hate to say it this way, but, I think, strictly speaking from a literary standpoint, I think, and Dr. Sumerian would probably say as much. I think that now that he's alive and we all know that he's okay, I think that he would be the first to say that this, he's kind of in a weird Stockholm syndrome kind of way glad that this happened. And I think we certainly got a better entry into the contest. Not that that's, even remotely the most important thing here, but, this is probably way better and certainly is being appreciated a lot more than I think what he would have posted in a Dungeons and Dragons themed entry. So just going into the article itself, there's some really odd compositional gymnastics going on here. So first of all, the event of surviving a wind-blown tree into your room is counted as lucky. And I guess that's sort of a valid sort of, the glass is half full kind of way of looking at the situation. But of course, another way of interpreting that's just as valid is that this Dr. Sumerian was actually incredibly unlucky that a tree fell on his house, in his room, and that it was just a sliver away from complete bad luck that he was able to survive that. So the same is true with all of these tabled events that we get here. Of course, the anomaly is an unexplained probabilistic phenomenon surrounding Dr. Jeremiah Sumerian, which basically makes it unlikely that he's going to die in any life-threatening situation. So we can already put this as luck, okay, because it basically is. It's just a personified version of it. And we get down to some tables where it kind of tries to explain how it is that this anomaly works. And basically, any time that this Dr. Sumerian character gets into some sort of, trouble, these close calls, these brushes with a near-death experience, basically he has the luck to not die. But, the same is true with all of these. I mean, if you look at the events that happen, some kind of train wreck, helicopter crash. He was actually thrown out of a plane by Chaos Insurgency agents. The explosion of a hoverboard that he was trying to demonstrate. Trapped under posturepedic hybrid mattresses for 28 hours. He accidentally shot something. I mean, so these are all sort of unlucky things, that ended up happening that sort of had the consolation of not being completely unlucky in that he was able to still survive. So it's just an interesting thing I know it's like a optimism versus pessimism thing, but I mean, like, it's just a weird thing to be like, oh yeah, like I've almost died like 200 times, but I haven't. So like, I guess I'm lucky. It's like, okay, well, yeah, I guess you are, but like, people don't usually have that many, close brushes with death. Usually all it takes is one, I guess. I guess therein lies the luck. So anyway, so getting past that, this is a very introspective, and by the end of it, obviously a very meta article when it finally gets down to brass tacks here. It obviously struggles with human mortality and legacy in a very honest way, a very emotionally raw way, and in the midst of all that, what something like the SCP Wiki as an activity and as somebody in the community can truly mean to someone, right? And all of these things are just very, very powerful moments that this article is just nakedly unashamed of, and therein lies its power. And it's a really, 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 this is a really tricky article to critique. It's when I read articles like this that I wish sometimes that I could just read it and just have that initial fleeting reaction and just move on. But that's not what I've tasked myself with doing up here. My task is to explain why I felt the way that I did about this article in hopes that it will capture other people's feelings who don't have the time or the energy to capture those feelings in words. So on the one hand, this article features everything that I typically would find grating about modern SCP writing. You have a blatant, right in this part right here, you have an absolutely blatant just abortion and abandonment of the challenge of writing in universe and in character. So like, for example, we get to some very gut-churning moments of emotional vulnerability here when Dr. Sumerian says, I don't want to die. There I said it. It's not something I'm proud of, but it's certainly something that's true. Actually, let's break out of the box. It's a bit more confining than I'd like. So, we're breaking the fourth wall of the box, but we're obviously at this point getting completely transparent through the fourth wall. And, Dr. Sumerian, the person, sort of does what Equinak's anomaly is in this contest, and just like opens up the midsection of his own character and steps forth and starts to talk to you as a person and not as an author, and not through the in-universe character. So once again, it's a pretty profound moment of pataphysics, right? If you really think about it. And so usually, obviously, I would count those as things against an article, right? I mean, clearly, I think everybody kind of gets that vibe from myself. But additionally, in this case, it's completely and upsetting. It does completely and upsettingly demolish the fourth wall in a way that's not too dissimilar to how the author's own roof was sort of caved in, right, by this tree. So all that to say, in a rare moment of acquiescence of my usually very staunch principles when I read and critique SCPs, I think the situational profundity of this article in its real-world context actually breaks something in my brain and allows me to be more forgivable and more gracious when it comes to this article. So, for example, if this article doesn't have that same effect, it wouldn't have the same effect if you didn't know that this actually happened to Dr. Sumerian, and so typically I would count that against an article. It's same thing we've seen with the League of Legends, same thing we've seen with, what's the other one? There was another one that relied heavily on other stuff. So usually I would count that against this article because, the question in reading this is, this is a powerful article, but would you really get that if you didn't know that the person, Dr. Sumerian, not the character, but the person, had a near-death experience, And that's a good question. I don't know. But once again, this article sort of plays around with my brain. It kind of fucks with my brain. Typically, like I said, I'd count that against an article, but the actual article goes so far as to retell that very story as it is breaking the fourth wall. So technically speaking, I can't really hold that against the article anymore, you see? So typically my critique would be, hey, this is a powerful thing, but it only exists, it's completely predicated upon something completely removed from the wiki that you just so happen to know about, right? And if you don't, then it really loses all of its effect because it's completely dependent upon that outside event. But I can't say that here because it gets so meta. It gets so invasive through the fourth wall that it informs you of the in real life event that it is predicated upon. So I can't say that critique anymore. That's what I mean when I'm like, my usual like attacks, it's like it has no effect on this article. It's completely immune. It has totally, circled me, okay? So, I guess this article is proof that if you go hard enough in any direction, it can still work. I would liken this article to that moment in, the music, maybe. My brain is shutting down. So if I could put it in an analogy to another moment, this article is kind of like that little moment in a concert that you're going to where, all the music stops and the band or the singer unplugs everything and then just kind of sings a cappella to whatever portion of the audience is immediate to them and can hear them. It's that sort of intimacy and honesty and vulnerability that completely overrides what would usually be a show-breaking sequence of actions and events, right? Usually if suddenly the music stopped in the middle of a show, it'd be a problem. But, in the context of turning it off intentionally and getting into just an incredibly intimate space with, just the front rows of the audience, it becomes its own thing there. It totally flips the script on this same sequence of actions being a bad thing. And so I think that's what's happening in this article too. And so it really takes what otherwise in other contexts would be a knock and actually, recreates it sort of in a some kind of beautiful Phoenix-like fashion. Okay, so ultimately this is just a very heartwarming, very binding moment on the SCP Wiki. I think everybody is very, very eager to support Dr. Sumerian. And he has written something that goes beyond the importance of, these really matters of taste that I sit up here and I know pontificate about as if there's some sort of like biblical or natural law. Not everybody can do that well, not even in these circumstances. And it's part of what makes Dr. Sumerian Dr. Sumerian. So ultimately, I think this article is the most powerful of the contest emotionally in so many ways, and is important enough of a message to justify breaking everything that is broken in this article so that it can come through. In a way, Dr. Sumerian is trying to say that the pomp and circumstance of writing on the site is still not as important when placed next to the raw human connections that we are able to make by being here together in these moments. And so it's just the more genuine version of that a reminder article that we saw as an entry. It just outclasses it in every possible way. It's a very important, very powerful, a very, very beautiful article. I think that it's an article that only could have possibly happened in this moment for this contest and by that one person. So it's all those people who I get onto for this sort of stuff all the time. I shout things like Neo-Lol Foundation all the time, kind of stuff. But if you have a near-death experience, then, you can pull this stuff off too. Most of the time the people don't have enough in the bank for that kind of move. But this article, I think, just does it very well. It's very gracious. Its movements to incorporate all these things that are going on, and does sort of in all this stuff in universe equally as it does. It sort of brutally drags in this real life material from beyond the fourth wall just as much as it rips through the fourth wall in order to get out of it. So, there's really just no point in this article that I can really be too mad at, honestly. So, I mean, I don't know. It's really hard. I would be very interested to hear about Dr. Sumerian's commentary on this. I would ask him about his previous Dungeons and Dragons tabletop SCP. I kind of just want to know, are you happy this happened? I guess is my question to him, in a really, really, really odd way. Anyway, this has broken my brain, so let's move on. But this is a really great read. I think that everybody should read this one. I can't say that it's actually putting the standards of the writing site up to be better, but then again, I guess I can. This article breaks my head. Damn it. Okay, it's going to go up there. Yeah. Just because it's got such, it's the gravity of its message. You cannot escape the gravity of its message. It is a black hole of significance. And even if it doesn't do anything like compositionally uplifting for the standards of the site or whatever, I mean, it's, you can't get away from it. I mean, because it's such an important statement, you know, that only one person could have made, only in one moment, and they did. So thank you to Dr. Sumerian. That was crazy. This is easily the wackiest, wildest time I've ever had reading an SCP article. All right. Whew. It was a really beautiful, beautiful article. So, you know, even I have a heart, right? All right. The next one is called Unfortunate Events, and this is one that I think Dr. Fern was very kind enough to synopsize for us to read and talk about. So, I'm going to read Dr. Fern's commentary on this one. Dr. Fern says, "Hey, it's Jacob Conwell. Nice. Another one we've all been waiting for, the much anticipated playing card 7K. Love the inclusion of the pentagram. That GOI doesn't get much use. Actually, not much to say on this one. It feels very Series 1 or Series 2. It's short and simple. A bit of fan service with some clever cross links. Nothing too special." And then Fern says that it is a decent read. So kudos to Jacob Conwell for getting this article out anyway. We all know that he had to step down as administrator from the SCP Wiki. Had the least blemished administrator career ever, because it was just so short. Didn't have time to be involved in the scandal. But yeah, I mean, you know, I've said this elsewhere. I mean, Jacob Conwell, Dr. Conwell or I guess whatever his name is going through residency, and it's amazing if you find enough time to like eat while you're doing that. So that's an accomplishment in its own right. So once again, just really nice to see people make the extra effort, particularly people who have been up in the higher positions of the staff, like Zen, like Mini Meats, and now like Jacob Conwell, to take time to participate in these things. I think it just does wonders for the camaraderie of the site, particularly that gulf between someone who can be so far removed as an admin and the actual, salt of the earth kind of people who are, on the ground in the SCP Wiki. So thank you very much to Fern for that. We'll go back and get Fern's classifications on that too, so we can kind of round out our tier makers. Next one here, SCP-7000 recovered device from Jupiter. The author does not tell us who they are, so we will honor the anonymity. So I'm going to be a little brief with this one. I'll go ahead and just kind of pop the bubble, because I didn't read this one. I didn't finish this one, excuse me. Didn't finish it. So just talking about it a little bit, the description: it's a device of extraterrestrial origin with shape and composition reminiscent of an assault rifle. It has a barrel in the shape of two-tinned. Is that supposed to be two-toned? I don't know. Two-toned? Is tinned a word? I'm going to look like an idiot. Yeah, it is. Two-tinned. Two-tined. Okay, so it's not two-toned. It's correct. I have a two-tined prong with a reflective and red surface. In place of a stock, I'm sorry, like I'm a gunman, okay? So this terminology is it's a little confusing. In place of, we call it a stock. In place of stock, is a dense series of pipeworks arranged in an asymmetrical format. You don't really need that comma there either, by the way, just a heads up. Okay, so let me just jump to the gun here. The length of this one is absolutely not fit to its quality. Maybe you can kind of detect that as we've read a few sentences here. If you're going to ask, I mean, just look at this. So if you're going to ask this much from the reader, you as the author have to give that much into the writing. It has to be exciting, and it has to be an incredibly good read. Sheer size and ambition is not enough to merit congratulations. Okay, it just isn't. Especially in contests like this. The longer the entry, the better it has to be. And the harder it has to try to grip the reader with impeccable writing. And as we've already seen in the first sentences of the description, that does not happen here. And if you tried to read this, you know, the pacing of this is unbelievably slow. Like it's watching molasses go down a 20-degree incline slow. You know, just a question I'm going to throw out there. You know, why did the longest articles have the most excruciating tempos? You know, it probably has to do with why they're so long in the first place, I guess. But let's give it one more chance. Let's look at the second description in the paragraph here, and I'll show you what I mean. We got this syntactical error. When pressed down by a living organism, SCP will active. Do you mean activate? You do. So, I mean, you know, we're 3 sentences into the description of a 25,000 word article. And you can't even, there's been such little proofreading that we can't avoid, you know, a quartet of completely obvious typological errors in the first, like, in as many sentences. Like, that's another thing about long articles is that, you know, you've got to proofread it over and over and over and over again. So if you don't have the stamina to proofread your long article enough to take care of these little blemishes, how can you possibly expect the reader to be able to get through your article? You know, it's just not going to happen. The read itself experiences like a frame-by-frame handhold through someone's play of No Man's Sky and its catalog of beasts. Let me just look at this real quick with you. So there's 2 phrases from the work itself that I think we can just sort of like wormhole jump to the end of this critique. There's two lines in here that I think we can use as critique of the article itself. And it's right here. So does the black moon howl? And the answer this article gives is only when time stands still. And that's kind of what I feel like too. I kind of feel like when I'm reading this, time is standing still, not in a powerful way, but like oh my God, like please have the second hand of the clock move, you know, fast. And then I think the last of the phrases from the work itself that we can use to summarize my feelings about it is this line about just a little ways in that says, the camera continued to operate for 2 hours before running out of power. That kind of feels like it to me, doesn't it? So, didn't finish. This one was a recovered device from Jupiter. Here it is. What is the anomaly? It's a gun. So, I guess it'll be put in other. I'm not too sure that's a compliment in this case, though. Okay, the next one is 6 Feet Under. This is by Ralliston. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Ah, my bad. Sorry about that. Well, I'm not really sorry about that because I know this author advertised this all over their Twitter. So, I mean, it's not like there's any attempted anonymity as to who wrote this. So, fuck it. All right, really good looking up here. I mean, look at this. Great 05. The analyst is kind of basically So, of course, I've looked at all the comments, and you can guess what most of them say, right? It's right here. It's kind of like, do you remember a few years ago when, what's his name? Thanks, Fern. Appreciate that, buddy. What's that guy's name from Texas? What's that senator's name from Texas? What the heck? Fuck, my brain is dead. Hold on. Ted Cruz. Do you remember when Ted Cruz was on the campaign trail and he had that piece of skin, or is probably a booger that was like on his lips on live TV nationally, and it was bad enough that the booger was sort of like rappelling down his upper lip, kind of just hanging there like on live TV. But then he thought he was gonna make it better by getting rid of it, but it made it like 100 times worse because he ingested the booger, in a quick little reptilian lick that he thought no one would notice. And I don't know if you know that, but that's just the way that our culture works. That was the end of his presidential campaign, period. There was no way he was coming back from that, right? It's the same thing as that other senator who was, it was a few, maybe like last decade. I think it was like, South Carolina Senator. Yeah. Tim Scott. Is that Tim Scott? Yeah. Do you remember this guy? That's my age, isn't it? Hold on. Howard Dean's infamous yell. Let's watch this together just as a little tangent. Take a little break. Howard Dean. All right, so the reason I'm showing you this is because certain things can happen. There's Bill Nye. Certain things can happen, whether it's on a campaign trail or in your SCP article, where it really shouldn't, like in the logic of things, like Ted Cruz's little, upper lip booger, ingestion session shouldn't technically have ended his candidacy for president. It did. The same is true of this guy right here. This is from 2004. Howard Dean. This ended this guy's presidential run, period.
Well, you guys, you have already got the picture here. I was about to say, I'm sure there's some disappointed people here. You know what? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Yeah. So that ended that dude's political career. The same is true of this word, analyst. What? What did you just put on the top of your SCP article? This is a booger on the top left of the article, period. It's not coming back from this. Okay, there's no way this is going to win. I hate to say that. It's just like Ted Cruz. It's just like Howard Dean. This is the BIA moment of the article. But it does look good, right? This is a nice image. The image work is excellent. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. So this one's called 6 Feet Under. As I've already said, great aesthetics, great image work. We are clearly taking strong notes from DJ Cactus's 6000 entry. I mean, look at this. It looks exactly the same. And the author would admit as such, I believe, in the comments, if we were to look there right now, if memory serves. But maybe just a little too much notes from Cactus's 6K. Conceptually, I think this is refreshing to see an article that attempts to have some canonical impact. I mean, once again, I think you sort of unspoken criteria of the winner of a KCON has to have some sort of canonical gravity to it, right? Whether it's impacting something directly or it has some gravitational field that it curves something else around. Ooh, look at me. I just pulled a Ted Cruz. This one tries to do that, so that's refreshing to see. We haven't seen that a lot in this contest. Articles that aren't taking themselves seriously. They don't believe in themselves, right? This article does believe in itself. It's very easy to see that, so you got to give it some points for that. It's kind of nice to see. And then, very refreshingly, this article essentially gives a home to the previously homeless SCP-1000. And I appreciate the ambition of the author in reaching back to the first KCON winner to establish some sort of, narrative continuity and some interplay. Thematically, there's some societal commentary here about the role of work and labor as it relates to deification and subservience. A couple of themes we've seen explored in the Hungry season already. The first thing I need to say about this article is that it is incredibly slow as well. The pacing really, really suffers from numerous blocks of exposition that are more interested in conveying the complexity of the world building than invoking any sort of emotion in the reader or performing any action. I would like to contrast this with the Three Horses, which we saw previously, that effortlessly world-built via emotions and via performing actions, such as something like the footnotes that we looked at. There is no such finesse in this article. There is cinder block after cinder block of telling and not showing, even in what should be more nuanced sessions, like the exploration logs that we get to and the interviews. This brings to mind sort of trudging through excruciatingly thick muck and mire, very reminiscent of something like an admonition entry, where it's just suffocatingly thick of prose and exposition to get through, to get anywhere. The article sort of starts this way and asks for a hefty payment of investment of attention from the author up front. I mean, just look at this. Particularly with respect to the directing of this, it feels kind of like a young adult version or a dollar store version of The Lord of the Rings. The author really overacts moments of could-be tension that are seen as tone setups from a good distance away, only to be attempted as fake outs. Like, for example, a good example is when this MTF that's doing this exploration log meets the SCP-1000 king among all the other children of the night. In this scene, the ominousness is laid on very, very thick, with the statues sort of startlingly chanting in unison and the king drawing out some sort of weapon in the dark, only for all of this built-up tone to be dropped in an instant, the same one that has the scene do a 180 and the king sort of smile friendlily. After all of this clearly imposing introduction, this abrupt twist, it leaves the entire sequence laughable, unless you view it as the author's attempt to misdirect the reader for some momentary drama's sake, which doesn't work. There's other stuff like that. That's just a very simple step in creating, tension and knowing how to let it go. So, for example, there's another sort of confused and myopic moment in the writing that sells really kind of its long-term dignity out for an immediate effect. That example is the Mobile Task Force again. When they enter into this dark corridor, once they finally get into this SCP-7000 construct, they inexplicably do not, as any professional would, scan the area with all available tech prior to descending down the dark corridor in front of them. Instead, they wait until they're confounded, and only then do they check their appropriate EVE radiation tech after something has already started to go a little awry. So this is akin to like walking into a dark room and not turning on your flashlight. It's very, very poorly constructed, a very, very poorly machined plot devices that are sort of sequenced throughout this whole MTF and really the whole article, in my opinion. Another example is the ghosts that chase the MTF at the beginning, which are literally a stand-in for the author's insistence to the characters that the plot must continue, and so the characters must go where the plot wants them to go. And then once we finally get into some other sort of non-action, more intimate, more of toned down sections of this, like this interview with the O5, or before that even, the discussions that SCP-7000K has with the MTF, the characterization feels very, very wooden and very unjustified. So, for example, why is 054 conducting an interview? The interview itself is very cactus-like, as well as the aesthetics, in that this is an example of a particularly plastic discussion, with one member of the interview continually and only asking question after follow-up question. It's very volley-like, with no real living qualities to it. There's no real dialogue or character going on in at least one half of this particular interview right here. The 054 is merely a stage puppet for the author to excuse a plot device to enable more exposition, which is all that we get in here again too. It's just exposition, excuse after exposition, excuse. The writing is itself technically capable, with, I think, decently polished clinical tone, and actually very, very good and clear imagery. Although there are some very liberal uses of breaking the clinical tone in order to insert what gets, in my opinion, to be a little overdone, florid, undisciplined, and immersion-snapping text. Also, I mentioned this a little earlier in the stream, but there is very clearly a lack of care and attention given to the writing of this article, particularly, again, for how long it is. So, for example, one thing that we see in here that the author very clearly does not understand the article is plagued with is the invariant overuse of adjectives. If we just do a little bit of a search, okay, so you can't see this part of my screen, but I just typed in blind. I typed in the word blind. There are 11 hits, and every single one of them, blinded, blindedly, blindingly, blindingly, blinded, blindingly, blinding, blinding, blinded, blinding, blinded, blinding, blindingly, blinding. That's it. And if you'll notice, in one instance, these things are like literally, call it 10 words apart. So, I mean, you know, this one word is repeated entirely too many times. And it's that same lack of discipline that I think allows the clinical tone to get just way, way too purple at times. Distractingly purple. Not good. I do think there's a really, really nice passage in here. The analyst, it's so sad. The one moment in this writing that I think is really, really good. This statement by this 05 member I think is really, really well written. It's got a lot of authority to it. It's got a lot of oratorial power that is delivered through this. It's a really nice section to read and to listen to. But it's the fucking booger on the top of the damn lip again, right there at the most inopportune time. The only point in the read that I thought was good, and there's the analyst right there again. So, you know, aside from this block, and of course it's sort of weighed down by this this showing up at the wrong moment again, there's really no astounding moments of composition or technical mastery. It's very kind of low, kind of mild art statements of juxtapositional platitudes like, let me show you an example of something that you know, doesn't mean anything and just sounds deeper than it actually is. It went by infinitely fast and yet impossibly slow at the same time. Do you know how easy it is to construct a sentence like that? You basically just take two very clear opposites and you just sort of like smash them together ungracefully, forcefully, until they just sort of splinter into one another so that you can make your phrase. That's not a good way to construct a sentence. You know, you could do this sentence a billion times with any opposite out there in the world, and it's just the same mechanical process of reverse separating these things, just sausaging these two opposites together, as if sausaging two polar opposites is somehow like a deep thing. It's absolutely not. This is really, really bad writing. Now, let's switch gears. So the writing has been beaten up, I think, enough. So let's talk about something else that this article does, and does decently well, is world building. But like I've said earlier, in contrast to something like Three White Horses, this world building doesn't feel organic. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel convincing. It feels as though the author is very, very interested in sort of getting us through a textbook's version and a textbook's sort of trip of exposition, so that we can catch up, you know, so that these moments in this article can be effective, right? And a good example, I think, of this is that the SCP-1000 instances are said to have a certain religion in this, and a certain deity that they're sort of acting under the guidance of in so many ways. But the way it's described sounds way, way too similar to the Church of the Broken God in order to feel like independently convincing, right? So, I mean, it's almost as if the world building that actually feels a little good is actually sourced, you know, from somewhere else and sort of just brought in. Because it really doesn't distinguish itself very well from something like the Church of the Broken God, which is also a group of people who are working tirelessly until the return of their deity, right? So the atmosphere and the action of this article, I think, was enough to keep it moving, despite these issues that I had with it, until about halfway through or so. The lack of any of these features correcting themselves or getting better as the read went along, I think, was enough for me to call the read. And I have to say that the length of this certainly played a role in that decision. So this is 6 feet under, and where is it here? Here it is. I didn't finish it. I don't think it's necessarily terrible. I just think it's way, way too long for the quality of the writing. It doesn't justify itself at all. It falls into the lazy, I think, compositional pitfall that we see in the same authors that this article is attempting to sort of emulate and take notes from, where we rely and recast heavily old favorites and rely upon them way too much, as if to ride their coattails in order to capture the audience's attention in lieu of any actually compelling, originative composition. Also, of what I read, there's really mild ambition and finesse in incorporating the theme. It just sort of shows up to help, you know, kind of push the plot along, such as the sheer luck discovery of the anomaly in the first place after that earthquake that we saw in that first part of it. So to sum it up, I mean, I think it suffers from many issues, the biggest of which is the world builder's disease. On every corner of the story, you try to info dump the reader with information about the anomaly, the planet, the race, and whatnot, and it doesn't lend itself to your story in any way that feels natural. The second issue would be the pacing. The article starts with describing SCP-7000 and then does almost nothing with it for half the article, in which you just start to tell an almost entirely different story. The parts of this article sort of consist of are terribly disconnected in general and barely form a cohesive story. Additionally, the language used throughout is really, really rough and could use a lot of critical eyes to streamline it into a clinical and pleasant version of itself. I mean, once again, I applaud in the scale of this kind of work and the time that it obviously had to take. But I couldn't get through it. There was way too many things wrong with this article. Slow. Yeah. Overrated. Got way too many upvotes for the quality of this one. And it probably has a lot to do with the marketing of it. All right, we are getting close to ending. Let's see how many, 4 hours. Yeah, I'm still going. Thanks. Still going. We'll probably end, actually, I only have I only have 3 more tonight, okay? So we'll probably finish by, 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's not too much longer. I've done shows like that before, honestly. All right, so this one is a favorite. This one is really liked. This one is called "Meet Me in the Stars." It's by Fabled Tiefling, and I'm okay saying that because the author tells us who it is right there. I don't have a lot of opinions about Fabled Tiefling. I think they generally have good ideas about articles because I see them critting, and I see them doing things like green lights and idea critting and things like this. So. Yeah, I mean, doing your dirty work, doing that unglamorous work, like at the ideas forum, this really does help you become a better writer. So I think this is really nice, showcase of that. So this is a really interesting article. I think it's a first contact story with some cryptological notes and some heavy emotional indulgement going on. I think the most perplexing thing about this article, just off the front, is its image work, which simultaneously is excellent, such as in this first picture right here, but also quite cheap looking, as in this picture down here. And if we scroll down a little further, this one right here. Not that one. Not that one. What is that doing here? This one. This is a bad one. So, I mean, there's some really nice art in here. I mean, it certainly takes an extra step in the visually artistic direction than most articles would. So that's nice to see. And for example, like I said, the opening one with the schematic, of the anomaly is fantastic. I mean, it's miraculous that it's there on the wiki like that, But then again, you get stuff like this. I mean, what? Like, I understand that this is supposed to be like a wormhole, and so it's supposed to sort of like jut out as something just incredibly overlain on a pre-existing picture like this, but it just looks really cheap. This is some really bad imagery right here. This is probably the worst one right here. It looks terrible. I mean, it isn't convincing at all. It does not look like a city where in the far distance there's an opening up into a different portion of the galaxy. It looks as though there's a picture with a really ungraciously blended splotch immediately on the fore, the most proximal portion of the picture, right up in your face. Really bad image work here. Sorry, not good. Not good. The clinical tone of this, I think, is adequate. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's pretty good. I think my biggest problem with this when I read it are these sort of portions where the document itself is interrupted by these floating, ambiguous dialogues that have straight-up floral prose all throughout them. And so you get kind of two varieties of that. One are these current distance inclusions, which from the very first or second one, it's very easy to surmise that these are the aliens speaking. Okay, that I hope it was supposed to be the case that you figured that out after the first one, or maybe the second one, because if it's supposed to be, something like a twist, I don't think it worked. But that's only a critique if it was supposed to be. So, this is hopefully something that wasn't intended to be secretive. But yeah, I mean, so the problem with this is that, when you do something like this, it immediately interrupts the believability of the situation. Because if you're trying to, what happens when you try to be immersed in an article, the reason why immersion is so important is because that's really the reader giving their all to the read. They want to be immersed in the read. They want to be tricked into thinking that this is an actual document, like subconsciously, right? They want that, and the intent to be immersed in an article like this, in a believable in-universe characterization of this entire project. The whole point of it is so that the reader actually achieves that kind of runner's high, right? It's like a reader's high, where it's like it's so good that you just like forget that this is a fictional document in some website. It takes you to a different place. These are impediments to that process. When you just throw these things in there, they're interrupted by these inserts. They don't have any placement or justification in universe. There isn't a way you can possibly explain logically why this should be in here. You have to make the statement that, oh, well, I'm just an author and I'm just making this because I'm creative and I want to do something different and fuck the rules, right? This is lazy writing. This is lazy structure. There's no discipline with this. I mean, it's almost like seeing if an athlete can perform an exercise, and they can't, and so they just do their own exercise, like somewhere else, like they run away, and they're trying to tell you that, like, oh, it's because I can do that. I know I can do that, so I'm gonna go over it. It's like, you haven't shown me that you can do it. I mean, this is a cop-out. It feels like the author has no discipline, feels amateurish. It relentlessly pulls the read out into distraction. So, I understand the decision of this. This is obviously not something that the author is responsible for. This has happened quite a lot in the wiki prior to this author doing it. But, it's just a very poor, very, very poor approach to presentation for this genre. If this is the kind of stuff you want to do, go write fan fiction. If this is the stuff you want to do, there are a million other websites in the world that have no problem with this, where this doesn't cause any friction. It doesn't rub up against any rules, So if someone's not, respectful of that, if they don't really feel the need or see the reason or see the importance of trying to behave, in a manner that maintains, a believable place for the reader to set themselves into and not be relentlessly pulled out of, vacuumed out of the read, well, it doesn't sound like you're interested in writing, what makes this form of writing unique. It sounds like you want to kind of do your own thing. There's not even an attempt here. The author is very blatant about this. It's really unfortunate because some of these are like straight up trad prose, like traditional prose. Like, I mean, we have an addendum, which is a interview log, and it starts with these. This is straight from a novel. This is lifted straight out of a fan fiction. What is it doing here? How is this justified in document? Why would the Foundation put this in the beginning of their transcript? There are no answers to this. The answer is because I'm an artist and I want to do it. Okay, well, good for you. That's not impressive. It's not impressive if you can, run away from the obstacle course. What's impressive is if you do the obstacle course well. So, I mean, this is, I know this feels like a liberating thing for the author, and I know most people don't feel the way that I do about this. But, when I see this, I think the author can't do a good job of staying in their lane. When I see this, it's the same thing that I see when I see somebody ahead of me in the interstate, just blindly weaving throughout lanes. I don't think they're a good driver because they can break the lane that they're in and decide because they're a free driver they can just go into another lane all over the place. That makes me think they're a bad driver. So that's what's happening here. They don't want there to be lanes, but sometimes lanes are a good thing. And it's a really shameful thing because they are actually not even necessary in some cases. Sometimes these traditional prose, these trad prose sections, they just repeat information already given in the clinical portion. Addendum 3 is a really good example. All this right here, all of this purple prose, it literally just repeats what was just said in the clinical portion of this section. So, I mean, you might as well choose one or the other. I would rather it if you got rid of that for every reason I just said. But in any case, even according to this author's clear compositional approach and philosophy, this is still an error when you repeat this information like this. It's not good in either of our perspectives. There is one portion about these floating alien box text dialogue things that I think is a good thing, which are these current distance 65 whatever, and then as we go through we see it, obviously it counts down right through the kilometer. So they do serve a little bit more of a function than just being an excuse for the author to forget that there are lane markings in the drive. There's a little bit of time pressure that's created by these, and we still do get, obviously, like I said, a little bit of insight into the other pole of this story, that is the aliens who are showing up. So another thing is that it wouldn't really be that hard to couch this in character for the Foundation. Like, they find a way to have this justified in their document, but once again, the author doesn't really feel the need for that. So I'm also going to say this, an unpopular opinion, I'm sure, but I think the naming of these characters is rather poor. Kartekin, Ketadanka. I mean, I know that's like a cultural thing, obviously, but just from speaking one author to the other author, I think these are not the best names that you could have come up with, in my opinion. And then in the same discussion, the characters here are really that of people sounding like they're taking themselves too seriously. There's really this perpetual fascination that, let's say, this Kartekin individual has for every little thing that they come across. So it's just too overbaked, even for something like a human child, who has an inexhaustible amount of novelty and wonder at the world. So this just unending character. It's a very one-note character, I think, from a lot of the read. It gets better towards the end, but for most of the time, this character that we kind of spend a lot of time with, this Kartekin, the perpetual fascination that the author just pumps into this character over and over again, with the only thing changing is basically the scenery. It really is exhausting to read. We really do kind of, as we go through this article, hitch a piggyback on a tour of the Earth, and this one-note dynamic of, wow, what's this? Oh, fascinating. Look at us. We're contrasting cultures. It gets very tiring about a third of the way into the article. And then, so let's see. We are on Addendum 4. There was something in Addendum 2 that I wanted to say. There's a moment in here that I'm not too sure about, so... Once again, it's like the authors just can't help but show a little bit of... Oops, 1 second. Don't mean to turn that up. Man, that is a loud song. Sorry about that. There we go. So we have it right here. So that's surprisingly magnanimous of them. I'd regale you with the entire conversation, but honestly, that really wasn't that interesting. So, I don't know. It's not that you use the word magnanimous. It's not that you use the word regale. It's that you use them like right after one another. It just feels like it's trying too hard to use fancy words. But hey, A for effort though, because I always complain that the wiki needs a better vocabulary. So, I was happy to see those words there. I am a big fan of those words. My computer just shut off. Hold on. Wait a minute. Put that back up. There we go. Okay. Fern says, honestly, I find your passionate tirades like this absolutely hilarious to listen to because it's very, very genuine passion, and I love it. Yeah, well, thank you very much. I mean, I'm kind of like that old guy, who yells at kids to get off the lawn. But in my case, it's like if I was on an island and I was yelling at kids who I am hallucinating, and no one can hear me screaming at nobody. So, I appreciate that. There certainly is a little bit of a romantic isolation when it comes to what I'm doing. I mean, I don't really care, because I don't really think a lot of people are listening to this anyway. So there's a certain liberation in that, I'll tell you. But thank you for the comment. I appreciate that. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about how I wish that the wiki had a better vocabulary, because it usually doesn't. The last time I checked, using something like using something like good vocabulary or like interesting novel vocabulary terms was seen as masturbating on a thesaurus. So I hope that has changed. But anyway, so the characters I think are unfortunately a little obnoxiously cast, particularly in their hyper-saccharine interaction with one another. It's almost like someone from one of those Hallmark movies that focuses on a relationship between let's say a preteen girl and some exotic pet that only she understands. There's a lot of moments in this that come off kind of like, you know, I flipped him the bird. Like Ashworth shot me a slightly uncomfortable smirk as the two continued their poking and prodding, now focused on my arms. I flipped him the bird. Like, I don't know. Just doesn't work. I mean, I guess it works because it is kind of juvenile, and I guess it works for most people. And then we kind of get introduced to like Site 120. You know, there's a little bit of a backstory with that, and we kind of get a look around a classroom. But the whole thing, once again, kind of seems to leech off of like Professor Xavier, School for the Gifted kind of vibes. And so anyway, as I got down a little further, I kind of was just, I found myself sort of antsy. I was really hoping that these sort of like these dual diplomatic, drawn-out episodes of MTV Cribs happening in these divs, where basically it's like, hey, look at this part of my house, look at this part of my house, and then finally we get a little bit of a change in the formula where it's like, hey, why don't you come look at my house? You know, I found myself like really hoping to get through these very quickly. In fact, I really wanted to kind of, for a while, I kind of wanted to skip all this and just get back to these floating dialogue boxes, which I don't think says a lot for the work as a piece of containment fiction, because these portions right here are the least containment fiction parts of the article. They really have there's really nothing containment fiction about them, period. You know, you'd be surprised if you go back and see what people were writing and saying in 2015, for example, where they would still say things like, you know, the Foundation and SCP writing isn't not supposed to be character-based or driven. You know, that's something that's unique about this style of art and writing, that it's not supposed to be carried by characters. That's kind of the point. That's kind of what makes it different. And so when I see inclusions like this, I basically just see somebody who's reverting, you know, to a past state. It's like somebody, you know, pissing their pants who's been potty trained or something like that. If I could use an analogy that's relative to my life right now and my kid. Because it's like, why are you going backwards? Like we, you know, the writing that's in this section has been done for hundreds of years. And I get that that's your justification for it, but I mean, we've done something pretty significant here where we have the opportunity to move in a completely different direction, a new one that no one's ever done before, and that is still being developed. It's in its infancy. It's really in its embryological fragility. And so when you do things like this, I mean, you're basically just saying, hey, let's just go back to what we were doing before, which other people have done better, you know, for hundreds of years in formats that are not restricted in this way. And let me, before I end that tirade, speaking of tirades, on that note, let me show you something. This is a really important comment. And the person who made it doesn't know that this is an important comment. So I want to let them know that they have rent a wormhole in the typical cultural understanding of how to write containment fiction on the SCP Wiki. And this is not Gull. Okay, this Oh, I'm back. What the hell? Oh man, I thought this thing was done. It's still going. Wow. So my computer just shut off. Like, fuck. Like it just shut off. So I'm back. Wow. I think it's still going. Yeah, we're like 4:30. Shit. Man, this thing is fucked up. Wow. Well, I'm happy that the stream wasn't interrupted too much. My computer is I don't know what's going on. I guess it's unhappy. I've never streamed this long, I guess. 1 second, let me get this back up. I'll show you what I was doing. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So my computer is going super duper slow, so we'll see what we can do here. But you know, I was in the middle of saying something very important. I almost feel like something doesn't want me to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Which is that there's a very, very important comment on Equinac's article, and which I'm sure we could find here if we get back to it. 1 second. Technical difficulties. Let me play some nice music while I figure this one out. Oh yeah. There it is. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. It's kind of nice music. Maybe I'll just keep that on there, huh? Kind of goes in and out a little too much. Okay, so let's see if we can find this again. I was talking about how this entry has these floating boxes of straight up prose that could be lifted from any other site in any other form of writing, right? It really is antithetical to the opportunity that we have here in containment fiction to forge a different direction, okay? And so when you have an article like this that decides that it doesn't want to stick in its lane, it wants to have its cake and eat it too, it wants to have the popularity and exposure of an SCP document, but it also wants to break the rules so that it can write in any way it wants to. Basically unrestricted prose. There's no limits, there's no rules to this right here. This is the author's way of giving themselves an exit. You get a product that doesn't understand itself. You get a house divided. It's one of those things that when you join one thing and another thing together, you get something that actually isn't as good as it would have been more dedicated to one way or the other. They call this the, what is that thing that you keep in your pocket that has a bunch of stuff on it? Shit. Fuck. It's gone. Let's read this. So this is by Not Gull, and this is in response to Equinac's article, Insane Wailing Feral. And this is probably the most important comment that I've read this whole time. And it really, really ties into what I'm trying to say here. The analogy I was thinking of was a Swiss Army knife, right? In a Swiss Army knife, you have this, you have that, you have this, you have like 10 things. But the Swiss Army knife can't do any of those one things better than the item that is solely dedicated to that one thing. Does that make sense? So you can have a pair of scissors on your Swiss Army knife. You can have a knife, a blade on your Swiss Army knife. You can have a screwdriver. You can have a corkscrew to open a bottle of wine. But the one that's present on the Swiss Army knife isn't as good as the dedicated pair of scissors or the dedicated knife or the dedicated corkscrew, because it has to make compromises so that all those things can be in the same place. That's what you get with this kind of article right here, because it's trying to do both things. It's trying to be straight up traditional prose, and it's also trying to be containment fiction. and it can't make up its mind, and I'm not saying that as a matter of willpower, I'm saying that as a matter of physical technicality. It can't make up its mind because it has decided that it wants to do both, and so it does neither. And so with that in mind, let's read this comment from Not Gull. This article confirms a suspicion I've had about the SCP format for a while now. It just isn't as good as telling traditional stories that follow a set group of protagonists through an adventure. It's fantastic for telling a series of small related stories, which is why I suspect that composition articles have done well lately, but fitting the usual serialized story you'd find in a novel into it is difficult. My main issue with the article is that blah, 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 blah. No, let's read this too. My main issue with the article is that by the time you're introduced to the main series, the main characters, the SCP format has already run itself through, and the hook's worn off. Okay. So it's really, it's really just this first paragraph. This, Not Gull doesn't know it, and not many people will understand it this way, but this is the reason why the trend and the tending of the SCP Wiki's aesthetic preferences towards liberalizing from the boundaries and definitions of what the format actually is reducing the quality and dulling the direction of the art movement. It is pining back to an older regression of writing that is highly character driven, highly character dependent, highly narrative dependent, highly emotionally based, and really follows the same formulas that all the other, forms of writing in a creative genre and in a storytelling fashion have done. Containment fiction, or as Not Gull would call it, the SCP format, is a technological innovation that is difficult and new because of what it excludes and denies the author in their toolkit. You don't get to write a story that's heavily about characters. You don't get to influx your article with completely irrelevant portions that allow you to do whatever the fuck you want to do, okay? That's the whole point of the genre. That's what makes it unique. That's what makes it different. And Not Gull is 100% correct. If you want to do this kind of stuff, the kind of stuff that Not Gull is saying Ekranak is trying to do, and the stuff that I'm saying that this author is trying to do in this piece, don't confuse yourself. Just get out. Just get out and go do the other thing that you want to do because you clearly want to do that, right? But instead, we have a group of people who are not content with that. They want to do it here. They want to do it in the SCP format, and can you guess why? It's because the SCP format is the most prestigious. It's the Ivy League of fan fiction, and it has the most attention on it. So why would these people go somewhere else for less attention when they can just smuggle in traditional prose in the form of an SCP format? There's not even an attempt to justify this. So I'm going to point to Not Gull's first paragraph here as justification for why I dislike this greatly. It's an absolute shame. And so I think it really interrupts the flow of the read, and I think it really does a disservice to the article and to the genre as a whole. So I'm pretty sure I'm not going to pull up those tier makers again because I have to go back and do those anyway. I'll release those on the Twitter at some point. But this is clearly, in my opinion, for all the reasons. I mean, it's not a bad article. It's got some great moments. Anything you want to praise this article for, I'd probably agree with you. But because of the fundamental things that I've just said, this article is making the wiki worse. And just to tell you that I'm not trying to be an asshole, let me show you some of the really great moments that this article has. Kartekin led me back to the elevator and back outside. We could see the stars above, foreign constellations from stars whose light wouldn't reach Earth for millions of years still. That's a very nice sentence. I mean, we probably could have done away and avoided the redundancy of the word stars, which kind of hiccups the sentence flow and the phraseology just a little bit there. But this is a really nice thought. This is a beautiful moment, compositionally. There's a couple other few gem moments like this in the article. I also appreciate the author going out of their way to make this dialogue-heavy work. without just sort of lazily and magically just casting the aliens as native English speakers. The author takes some care into describing and then installing some sort of software that can help translate. It's kind of like a Rosetta software, I think they call it. So that's a nice touch, because most people are not, they won't be that careful. They'll err on the side of laziness, and they'll just make it, by fiat, that for some hand-waved reason, these things can speak perfect in English. It's a lot like the talking animal thing too, which we see. So anyway, I obviously have a lot of thoughts about this. I'm gonna cut it short, because I'm pretty sure I've said probably too much on this one. But I mean, I can see why people like this article. I mean, don't think that I'm not able to see why people like this article. It's a great emotional arc. It's an excellent story. It's got a lot of sightseeing going on in it. I think it's a pretty creative way to do the whole first contact thing. I understand why people like this article. Okay, I'm not trying to say that it's objectively bad. It does have something going for it as well. Well, probably the most important thing you can do in a 1000 contest is it does something. Specifically, it asks, when would the lifting of the veil be a gracious and appropriate measure, not the result of some cataclysm or some failure of informational security. There's actually a moment in the article that captures this perfectly. Sort of like a little germ phrase that the author is letting us read into. If I can find it. Yeah. Here it is. You know as well as I do that times are changing, Ashworth. The work you've all done here at 120 is proof that we can actually start taking those steps to lift the veil bit by bit. We're hitting the point where maybe, just maybe, humanity can stand to know the anomalous exists. So, in short, it's genuinely asking questions. It questions the veil, and it is canonically important. So that's another reason why people, I think, like this article, particularly in the context of this contest. So, I mean, like I said, nice in some respects. It's a very, very good piece of prose. It is not a good piece of containment fiction because of the compromises it makes with stuff like this. So it's a really nice piece of work. It's a good piece of writing. I don't really have anything bad to say about it when it comes to strictly the writing. It's just, it gives up on containment fiction. So it's not good containment fiction. One part that I thought was really bad, really egregious, was the sort of like meta narration that happens throughout these encounters and these dialogue transcripts. I mean, it's something straight out of Final Fantasy X. It's not fit for containment fiction. I mean, this is not the place for this. So once again, it's not bad, it's just not confic. Therefore, it's bad confic. I think it also really sort of sells out for the emotional gut punch, and everything stated above made that gut punch impossible for me to receive. So there wasn't really much left that the article could possibly do for me. Once again, it's not impressive to me to write. It's only so impressive to me to write an emotional story. It's most impressive to me to find a creative and clever way to do it within the limits of the organizational format. And like I said earlier, this article abandons that rather immediately so that the author wouldn't have to work around those difficulties. So, and I think something else that's worth noting here, it's almost kind of sad if you really want my honest opinion on it. If you go to the discussion here, and you look through the article's comments, there's really not one thing that anybody has to say critical about this. It's all pretty sugary praise. So, I mean, either it's the case that this is a flawless article, or people either aren't critically minded, They don't mind the errors when they come across them, or they don't see the errors when they come across them. They don't really feel the need to pay attention to an article this deeply. They seem to instead be sort of fixated on maybe the purely sensation-seeking effects of the read. So, you know, when I see a comment section like this, it tells me that the culture is very unevenly balanced. What we're looking at here, the lack of, there's plenty of things you could potentially talk about in this article, you know, critically, you know, but you know, that no one does this, I think, in my mind, makes me wonder if we've hit a point at the SCP where we're at a sort of cultural diabetes, where it's just all about the sugar intake, you know. The taste, the palate has just gotten so adapted to sugar that it doesn't really want to. It doesn't want to taste anything else. Yeah. So, you know, are people paying attention anymore? I know they are. You know, we have some really great critics on the site. The author of this piece is one of them. So. It's just a little strange to see that it really is all about the narrative, the character delivery, the emotional payload. It really has much less to do with what makes this style of writing unique, and that's kind of, you know, it's kind of unfortunate, I think, in so many ways. All right, so just two more, and we will end it. We'll end it after two more. I think we've been doing this long enough, and I got to get to sleep at some point. But you know. We didn't even come close to getting through all the articles this week. I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, but there's 79 currently, 79 SCP-7000 entries. A couple of those are brand new, so there's a few of those that are probably going to get deleted for being too low. But 79 articles is just entirely too much to get through. So we're just doing the best we can. The name of the game will be to hopefully catch up by the time the voting ends. That would be nice. That would be what we want to see. But let's move on. We've got two left, and then I'll call it a night. And thank you for your time. You have an impressive attention span. So this one is called Reaper's Spear, and oh, sorry, no, this is the wrong one. Reaper's Spear. Here it is. We'll do this one first. This one's called Reaper's Spear, and this is sitting at +2? What the fuck? Okay, let me back up. This, in my opinion, is a horrendously underrated article. This seems to be one of the casualties of the oversaturation in the contest when it comes to the sheer number of entries coming in. I'm not saying this is a spectacular piece. It's not. And I can't even be sure that it was written with the winning slot in mind. I kind of don't get the vibe that this really has that ambition intended into it. But this is a very, very well-developed article that has way more to offer than its rating might suggest. While clinical tone doesn't really make an article good, you can have the best clinical tone, and your article could be absolute garbage. I think everybody knows that. It's kind of like having wheels on a car. Like it's kind of a basic thing. It's kind of a prerequisite. You can have really nice tires on a car. You can have really impressive tires on a car. It can make the ride very smooth or bumpy. But you know, having wheels doesn't really make you a car. You have to have an engine and all the other stuff, right? So, having said that, I think we should always note when clinical tone is done really well. And this clinical tone in this article is well above average. I've never heard of the author that we'll get to in a second, but this is the sort of poise and polish and things like descriptive sentences and phraseology and novel adjective use to convey an idea succinctly that I would expect from, you know, a veteran of the site, maybe someone who's been around for like a decade or more. The anomaly here is nothing, you know, like overtly, you know, dramatic or gripping. It is a harpoon basically with a shaft made from a combination of some alloys, and it could be made from hardened cartilage, possibly the tail of a stingray. It's warm to the touch, and it causes recurring nightmares and disturbed sleep in nearby human subjects, especially those who handle the object. When used on an anomalous entity, damage results in the termination of the entity with a certain success rate. Listen to this line. This is what I mean by when I say the clinical tone of this thing is ad-fucking-vanced. Damage from SCP circumvents most immortality clauses and seems most effective on immortality created through reality bending, probability manipulation, or prophecy. Fuck. And then I love how they kind of weave in, almost like stitching, very subtly, the luck element here, right? So there it is. So it's not like central, but it's, you could almost miss it if you blinked in the wrong spot. And it does kind of come to play just a little bit later too. So, yeah. So like I said, the anomaly is not anything like, okay, wow, like tectonic, you know, certainly. But the way that the author is able to kind of stitch very disturbing and nightmarish tones from the setup of this anomaly, as if pulling them out of a hat, is really, really impressive to watch. This article gets really creepy, like low key, not like in your face creepy, not like Ecronac's article creepy, but like this is a slow, sort of like visceral creepy, you know, not like a sharp creepy. The author carries this article very well through phrases and dialogue that are sort of densely packed with meaning, and also very genuine exchange between the characters that are cast here. I love how the author doesn't develop the characters very much, because once again, it's not really about the characters. The ideas are developed well, just enough to introduce some pensive questions that the article ends on and leaves unanswered right there. So it has strong historical and mythological anchorage. The pacing of this is, like I said, very sharp. It keeps the read very exciting, enough to encourage the reader, I think, from turning away. The elements that are working against this article, I think, first of all, are its title. So once again, it's called The Reaper's Spear. And, you know, obviously this is a lesson in not judging an article by its title. You know, but this title is typically, The Reaper's Spear is typically the kind of title you would see from someone's first attempt at an SCP, and comes off with the same kind of like, you know, sort of like pre-adolescent, like in-your-face, dark themes, like something along the lines of like Mirror of Doom. You know, it's kind of got that vibe of like that really over-the-top death metal album cover that has just the most ridiculous art and gore on the front of it. It kind of has that vibe. So the title's not working for this article, I think. And unfortunately, I think probably people are paying attention to the titles a little more than they would, just because there's so many damn entries, you know. The brain is looking for heuristics. I also think like I kind of mentioned this earlier, I kind of mentioned in a positive light right here, but I really ultimately think, you know, in fairness, the incorporation of the theme is really coming through as a secondary, maybe even a tertiary thought. Like the article would fit a lot better in, let's say, the 4,000 or even the 5,000 contest themes. And when you look at it that way, the element of luck that is played here is just very minimal. It's very superficial. It's very unseated in the article. So it's a pretty, you know, a pretty meek entry for sure, but once again, it has a lot of sophistication, a lot of elegance that's not apparent perhaps on the surface, perhaps not something that people are able to recognize well, or maybe it's overshadowed and just crowded out by all the other entries that we already have. But I think this article, you know, this article is absolutely better than what the rating currently is. I'm kind of flabbergasted. This is why I made Confic Magazine, is because you know, the SCP will occasionally throw things away that it doesn't understand the value of. and that are actually way better than the nominal values ascribed to these things can have. And so that's why I offer people publication on my magazine, because if you're going to throw it away, then you're throwing it away. So I would like it. If it's trash to you, then it's another man's treasure. Kind of reminds me of Alita. And speaking of Alita, we will get to, I think, the last one that we'll do tonight, just because it's almost, wow, it's past midnight here. Oh my God. Oh man, it's gonna be a rough day tomorrow. My kid is gonna kill me. Whew. All right. Okay, so this last one we're gonna talk about today is SCP-7000, Every Pearl's Insides by Bosser Skip Reader. Did I say that right? Bosser Skip Reader. We get this really, I'm not going to talk about this floating homeless beggar of a div box that floats along with you as you read this on desktop, just obnoxiously begging you for attention, like someone would beg you for money or change or something like that. I do want to talk about the title. I think this is a great title. Every Pearl's Insides is actually a reference to a pretty famous album called Oil of Every Pearl's Insides. And the reason I know this is because, I wrote SCP, what is it? I don't really remember my numbers very well, but this one I did because it was part of the 4K. This one, let's skip past the rating because who gives a fuck. Yeah, so I had this suggested viewing and listening on my 4K entry, and this is by an artist named Sophie, and this song is from an album called Oil of Every Pearl's Insides, and it's really this person's most well-known album. And so I appreciate, this is a little bit of a shout-out to that. So I definitely appreciate that. If you don't know anything about Sophie is a really revolutionary electronic artist, very avant-garde and experimental. And as you might be able to tell from the images, a trans woman, so who was really, really pivotal in pioneering a new variant of experimental electronic music called hyperpop. And it really takes elements, hyper-commercialization, very, very plastic aesthetics that we get in pop music these days, and it really just sort of sends them up to the top floor of the skyscraper, just conceptually and production-wise. So this is a very, very important musical artist, and unfortunately, the importance of this musical artist was bolstered and also cut short by an untimely death at the age of like 30 or 33. She unfortunately died after climbing onto a roof in order to get closer to the moon, and fell off, and the fall killed her. I think it was a few stories. So it's a very poetic way to go. I'm sure that she was under the influence of something, unfortunately, but maybe not. But it's a pretty poetic way to go, reaching for the moon and then whatever. It also kind of sounds terrifying, those last few seconds. But Sophie is really, really an important person to many people in the musical space before and after her death. And the higher IQ pop idols, people like Beyonce, have sort of taken notice and have started to incorporate some of her innovations into music, into pop music. So if you haven't checked out Sophie, excellent artist. I've been a huge fan of Sophie for a long time. This was back in 2018. I think she died in 2021. Really, really talented artist. So just wanted to shout out Sophie, and I wanted to give a little bit of a backstory for the title because it does kind of come into play in this article. So it's nice to know a little bit something about Sophie, okay, because we're going to get to it in this article. So let's get through this, and then we'll close the stream for tonight. I'll try to be back tomorrow. I don't know if I will be, though, because it's already pretty late, pretty early in the morning, actually, here. So this article is about an anomaly that is a technological singularity article that sort of addresses a server farm that has become conscious. So it has strong themes of wasteful electrical consumption and casts a sort of critical subtext gaze to things like, modern issues like, let's say electrical consumption in the context of Bitcoin's proof of work or something like that. This article very, very much fixates on electrical consumption and waste. The clinical tone is acceptable, but just like we saw with Meet Me in the Stars, there are numerous points of just overt cracking in the format and documentation for the sake of shortcutting emotional deliveries. And so we get this in the term of sort of this rusty pink underlined text, which, from the very first time it's used, I think it's pretty clear that this is the this is the consciousness of either the SCP itself or of one of the characters that we meet, sort of coming back and consciously, vandalizing the actual document as a way to express oneself, right? So, the author has some nice conceptual flares that I think give this anomaly and setup a bit more space. And what I mean by that is that, this is really a confined way to start an article where, we've seen this thousands and thousands of times on the SCP Wiki, where you basically have, a singularity moment, right? AI has become sentient, basically. And then there's a whole host of questions that the article typically will explore. And there's very strong themes of power dynamics and what one's place suddenly becomes upon achieving the threshold of that singularity, right? Particularly in terms of like emancipation, in sort of an analogy to slavery, right? So usually when I see an article like this start off this way, it's usually a very narrow corridor that it could possibly travel in. There's not a lot of wiggle room that it could really go down most of the time. They all kind of do the same thing, where that theme of, contrast and power struggle really pushes the article all the way to the end. It's like you just push it once and it just straight down a very narrow hallway and then it ends. The author here does have some very interesting sort of conceptual wrinkles that I think give this a bit more flexibility. Like, for example, how there's a line in here where it costs more to deactivate this thing than it does to keep it running, and so they kind of just keep it running. And there's a moment down here where we have an interaction log that uses text-to-speech, which I thought was pretty cool. Yeah, conversation with the SCP is done through a text-to-speech and speech-to-text module, so I thought that's kind of cool. Don't see that every day. Unfortunately, though, the article unabashedly incorporates this, like I said, anomaly lashing out through the documentation edits sort of treatment, and it's made rather obvious by these garish formatting decisions. This is, once again, a sapient server farm, so it's kind of justified that it might be able to incorporate stuff like this into an official documentation, but it really doesn't help this article feel any more composed or any less unhinged with its decision making. So, from the very first use of it right here, please just leave her alone. We get these very melodramatic, almost like leave Britney Spears alone sort of pleading that oversells the situation, certainly. So, like I said, the central strife and tension of this article, just as it typically is for articles of this setup, is introduced in the first few lines. We can reliably expect this to essentially carry itself through the entirety of the article in a somewhat monotone and predictive manner, like I said, as we've seen several times. But it's actually a little worse than that, unfortunately. At the onset of the first interview right here, here it is, we see the Foundation essentially arm this unpredictable, volatile, and newly sapient anomaly who, if not a thaumiel, because that's what they listed as thaumiel. If it wasn't a thaumiel, it would probably be, Keter, or yeah, it'd probably be Keter, because it's a humanoid, right? Is that right? Yeah. And so what they decide to do is the first thing that the article does is talk to this anomaly and say, we're starting to create a better, more efficient body for you. It will have state-of-the-art cooling with powerful legs that can run in case of a breach, arms that could break a man's head if you need to defend yourself. So, I mean, these are some really strange moments happening here. This is a freshly sentient AI. And we're coming into this article, and so is the author, with just an absolute groundswell historically of subtextual anxieties, that come along with something, with a robot obtaining sentience. And the first thing the Foundation wants to do is equip it with legs that can run away and arms that can crush a man's skull. That doesn't sound like a good idea. So that the confidence in the author's ability to make the Foundation believably circumspect and professionally careful at this point is, I think, starkly brought into question this early on in the article. This representative interviewer, the Rashid, has no native suspicion or higher order thinking regarding the anomaly's potential eagerness to have this new body, or what it might possibly do once it gets it, including the option of running away. I mean, the article tries to justify why they're doing this, because this is a predictive anomaly and it can fall into the wrong hands, and so they want to give it the option to flee in the event that it needs to, so that it can, informationally protect the Foundation from sabotage. But I mean, you might as well just try to fortify it as a stationary thing. It seems kind of insane to instead decide to give it the capability of mobility and even lethal force. So the way that this article is designed and machined, it just comes off as very blatantly unprofessional of a welding job, because it's very, very clear that these things are happening in this article that are really inexplicable, that really don't make a lot of sense at all, so that the author can finally get exactly where he wants this, or this author wants to go with this piece. So basically, it's shoddy anomaly design is really what it is. It's clear from the first paragraphs of each section that this anomaly is only going to be given an ambulatory vessel so that the plot can see it escape, right? It's actually foreshadowed entirely too much in one of these crossed through things. Searching for SCP is a top priority. When SCP is found, it's struck through, so there's a little bit of a twist, I guess. But I can't imagine a less intelligent decision than to give something that has emergently developed consciousness a physical body by which it can enact a containment breach. I mean, the whole article is predicated upon that decision. It's a very egregious and rudimentary oversight. It makes zero sense. I mean, if you really zoom out and think about it, this version of the Foundation, in order to prevent this anomaly from falling into the wrong hands, give it legs so that it can run away into the wrong hands. Probably. So, what's really weird about this is that the article seems to kind of go in and out of its own awareness of this situation with itself. So another psychological analysis of this same researcher, just a few steps down the article, seems to harp on the fact that you can never truly trust anomalies of this kind, and that you should always remain wary of them and suspicious. And yet, despite the article, in a way being cognizant of this caution, it doesn't have a problem giving this anomaly the ability to splinter human skulls at will. So it's just a very uncleanly and sort of jarring composition as well. with the repetition of the word various very close. Look at this. That's the word various that shows up about 4 times in, call it, 3 sentences. And we actually have probably one of the most egregious phrases that I've seen in this contest so far, and it's the probabilistically improbable. That's like saying the impossibly possible. Now, possibly impossible makes more sense, but I mean, let's just look at this for a second. It is certainly unknown how its prediction mechanisms work, or why its predictions always tend to the probabilistically improbable. So let's just imagine what the sentence would look like if we took that out. It is currently unknown how the prediction mechanisms work, or why its predictions always tend to the improbable. Like, doesn't that say the exact same thing but better? Why do we have this word in there? I don't know. So just little moments like this in the writing, just, you know, it's like listening to someone sing and you can just tell it's a flat note or a sharp note or something like that. It's not a good note, right? And then I think one of the most off-putting things about this article is that in this interview between this dedicated researcher, Rashid, and the SCP, we get this really weird vibe. It's this very awkward subtext to this. It's almost like there's this sexual or pseudo-suggestive dialogue between this researcher and this, you know, now conscious AI, with like really creepy phrases coming from the researcher, talking about looking into the computer's innards and desiring to be inside the computer. I kind of want to get an actual. I wish I could look in you. God knows the supervisors will get on my ass if I inspect your innards in any way, shape, or form, even if I really want to see them. So it just comes off as like, I don't know if the author is trying to do this, but it really very like stenchfully comes off as if this is a very thin metaphor for like office brand sexual harassment. Like, it just comes off as very, very creepy. Not in a good kind of creepy. Not like in an Ekranak kind of creepy. And then once again, just as if the article is very confused about its own awareness of itself, the next interview with this psychologist completely inverts that dynamic on its head. So in the next interview, it's the researcher who tries to paint the anomaly as creepily interested in the researcher. So it's like this really awkward, unsure delivery of this trope that I hope you know. I hope I don't get bad results. Yeah, it's called Born Sexy Yesterday. You've heard of this, right? Pop Culture Detective, I think, coined this term, 2017. Born Sexy Yesterday, the perversive male fantasy nobody is aware of. What is the Born Sexy Yesterday trope and why is it there? You should go look at these things, because that's what's happening in this article, it seems. And that's why I mentioned Alita at the beginning of this. Alita is a great example, you know, that manga, but also the movie, is a great example of Born Sexy Yesterday, where you have this like fully formed, let's say it's a fully formed female who is suddenly created and fully developed and I guess sexy, but it's totally naive. And so like it's this male perversion, this perverted male fantasy where they can have access to this like completely malleable, you know, fully formed, fully sexually vivacious and vigorous entity, and they can basically program the damn thing, right? Like that's what this Born Sexy Yesterday is trying to convey. And so I really get this coming from this article in a really uncomfortable fashion. So it really, I mean, I guess kudos to the author if they're trying to do that, but just this very odd pivoting, this topsy-turvy pivoting of this sort of dynamic all over itself. It's almost like the article is not really walking or moving smoothly. It's like sort of moving in that fashion, like all throughout the read. Like, it just doesn't work. It feels really, really out of place, like it's unintentional. And then we get to the middle of the article, particularly this part, Addendum 5, lists of prototypes created. And it's just an incredibly slow rhythm of inaction and barely present trial and error logs, modded with some esoteric mathematical babble, techno-babble that's put in there. The article really makes these very odd orthogonal changes in order to lasso ineffectual numerology references. Like, for example, there's a part where a ritual takes 70 minutes and there's 7 liters of blood that need to be used. This happens a lot, and it's just very noticeable that the article is going out of its way in order to reach for these very poorly placed numerical inclusions, numerological inclusions. And then after the artificial intelligence is given a body, it then at that point becomes interested in gender. And we get kind of a full circle back to the artist that I mentioned that this article is at least, in title and in partial theme, an homage to. So, that was cool. I think even the word Sophie is, so the last one that they try, the one that works, this variant of the body that they're trying to get this AI is called Sophie. So, I mean, it kind of ties back in. I appreciated that because, once again, I'm a big fan. But I think that tie-in is certainly not enough to make this a good article. I mean, it shouldn't be, right? Sophie, I think, would be the first person to tell you that, your art should speak for your transness, not your transness speaking for your art. So, I mean, it's nice that this is in here, but I mean, this shouldn't be good because of this. And it isn't. So, and thankfully nobody's like duped by it. I mean, it doesn't have a bad rating, but, I ultimately think the effect of this is pretty disappointing. I don't think, it really is arrived at in the best fashion. So ultimately, this once again is a very, very long article. I did finish it, because I listened to it on the way home from work. So I got through it. But, it was a pretty unenjoyable listen. Ultimately, this is the story of a pretty unintelligent foundation that got burned because they were way too over-concerned about energy consumption and not enough about the unfortunately more realistic concerns that you might have to have if you're in the foundation, like not giving an AI a body, an Alita body that can take down a civilization or something like that. It's got those very smarmy sexual vibes, this sort of like discount Alita thing going on. And once again, I haven't mentioned this. I've been trying to keep it about the text, but I mean, look at this. I mean, the visuals are just constantly battling with the text. It's a constant attention battle to keep your eyes and mind on. It's probably why I listen to it, because this like incredibly garish dotted line div. All of the text is treated to different colorations. There's really strange overlap where it just transitions on a dime from this, sea foam cyan to this dusty rose kind of color. It just does not work. It does not look good, and it's just very, very jarring visually. So that's not a good strategy. You don't want to constantly distract people from the words of your article. It should be about the writing. It doesn't seem to necessarily be the case here. So anyway, and particularly this is quite long. I don't think it lives up to its length, not even a little bit. So that's unfortunate. But once again, I thought the strengths of this article were it had a little bit of an interesting take in this pretty well-trodden direction. And there's some cool subtextual things that went on here, and this is not for everybody. It's a really bad reason to like the article, but I appreciated the shout out to Sophie, who's you should go listen to that album. It's generational. It's really good. It's the only one that she got to release before she tragically died, but it certainly made up for it in influence. So that's that. We're gonna have to stop there. I'm surprised that I'm still talking. Honestly, I think that I did better than I thought I would do. I'm gonna go back and read some of Fern's comments. I'm with you till the end, buddy. Wow, man. Yeah, congratulations on your mental stamina and your oral stamina. That's for your ears. Hey, Flops, Holy Magikarp. Was Flops in here? Oh, hey, Lieutenant Flops. Oh, it's nice to see you. Wow, what a diplomatic moment. It's really nice to see you. You know, I know you don't think this, but I'm a fan of yours. Yeah, writing and aesthetically. We've had our differences, but I really respect you as a writer. That's for sure. All right. R.I.P. Reaper Spear. Fern says Reaper Spear is really good. It's true. Yeah. It's at +2. I don't really get it. I mean, you know, I'd have a moral issue on my hands if this show was more popular, because obviously I don't want to be a trend setter, and I don't want to be a taste maker. So I don't want to, like, I would feel terrible if, like, something that I said made an article like drop in rating. I'd feel pretty bad about that. I'd probably have to stop the show. So, you know, we really have a governor and a limit on how you know, popular, I guess, this show could theoretically be. So, but you know, the other side of that coin is I really don't want articles like Reaper Spear to jump up just because people. I guess I do. I don't know. That's a tough question. That's a tough conundrum there. Fern says he's a computer fucker. Yeah, yeah. Lack of lepers. I don't think. Yeah, I don't. I just talk. I just talk too much. Transitions. Yeah. All right. So we stopped at Every Pearl's Insides. Great name. Great name. All right. So, oh my God. Fern did the Neon God, so let's get to that real quick. I'll definitely want to go back and read that one. That's Tufto. Tufto's real good, as we all know. Sorry, I got to get back onto Discord because my computer crashed. What other ones did Fern do? Oh yeah, Fern also did Corporate Apotheosis, which we're gonna take a quick look at. So let's see what Dr. Fern. Thank you so much for your help. On the Neon God, this is Tufto's, and you know, once again, I haven't read this, but I couldn't help but notice that basically this is the naming here is like, I guess it's trying to shout out Lamplight, because I mean it's called Lampeter. I don't know. I guess I don't know if that's subconscious, unrealized on Tufto's part, or I think it's intentional. I just don't know. All right, so this is Tufto's entry, which I am excited about getting around to at some point. And Dr. Fern says, Tufto wrote as an amazing emotional piece that I personally feel would be perfect for the 7999 slot, actually. It has that end cap feel, a perfect send-off to this coming series. It's a medium-length article that at times can be a bit difficult to get through with its slow pace, but it's worth it. I think it's a really interesting analysis, so thank you very much. I'm actually more excited to read it. Wasn't Romu in Lamplight too? Am I crazy? Maybe my brain is completely melted. Okay, and so then the last one that we'll look at tonight is Corporate Apotheosis. And this one is told to us that it is written by Lord, who I have been praising this entire night for their crit. So obviously somebody who can write just as well, honestly. And so Fern read this one. I do want to go back and read this one as well. Fern says, I finished reading. I genuinely enjoyed that. I felt it was very educational, like I just learned something. I love how technical Lord wrote all of this. It's fascinating to read. All in all, I love how Lord tied in the theme with this one. Pure luck resulted in apotheosis. And pure luck prevented it from happening to something like Tesla or Amazon. Lol. 10 out of 10. Dr. Fern gives this a 10 out of 10. I upvote and recommend this one to be read as well. If you love clinical tone and read containment fiction for the immersion of a professional organization writing reports, then this one is right up your alley. Well, that certainly does sound like it's right up my alley. So thank you. Yeah, Lampeter and Lamplight. Yeah. Exactly. I think he was. Yeah. After seeing the name of some of those characters, I can't imagine that. It's not strictly intentional. But yeah. So Lord, just a note. Fern, thank you so much. I'm more excited to read this than I was. Lord, I mean, obviously, I have my differences with everybody. I hope it can be understood that a lot of this really isn't that personal. I mean, it certainly isn't that personal to me. I think it's evidenced by the fact that people kind of say what they want to, and I don't really hold it against them. They can have their opinions. I don't really mind. I think Lord is maybe one of those kind of people we don't see eye to eye on some major things, probably, but I really respect Lord as a critic. I think Lord is a light year or two ahead of the game when it comes to his peers, when it comes to crit, and is a really, really good writer, really talented writer. And so one of the things that I noticed, I kind of just glanced over this one because I knew Fern was going to talk about it. The description here, SCP or the company, is this Brackenstone shoe polish company, a publicly traded specialty shoe polish manufacturer, which achieved apotheosis on July 23rd, 2021. So this is not a common way to write on the wiki. The more common way to write on the wiki is to it's kind of like the 5000 style, where it's like the anomaly is just an afterthought hand wave vehicle to get to the good stuff. But every once in a while you get an author who can floor you basically by the first or second sentence of the description, which requires you to have an incredibly creative anomaly that is not too thorough to give everything away, but intellectually attractive enough to make you be like, damn, And I think this one did a good job, and I think that's actually why the sentence is separated by itself. I think Lord knows that. So excited to read this and the other ones. So I actually don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I didn't think that I was going to get through all these articles tonight. And so, I obviously can't read but a couple of articles maybe in a day's time. So I think what we're going to have to do is just probably pick up right there for next week. We got a lot of entries to get through. But like I said, I think the name of the game is going to be kind of slow and steady. I think that hopefully we'll catch up with that's my goal, is to catch up with all the 7,000 entries by the time voting has ended, just so that we can say our piece about them. So that's assuming that pacing slows down. It doesn't look like it is, so I really don't know what we're going to do, but I don't think I wouldn't have but maybe 2 articles to talk about tomorrow if I tried to do this tomorrow. I did get through the ones that I had notes prepared on, so we'll see how it goes. I really appreciate the endurance. It really has helped. It's very helpful to have that feedback. That's nice. Fern, thank you so much for coming, and I really appreciate you commenting. That's always nice too. It's nice to be distracted every once in a while from this stuff. It gets pretty dense. It's like trying to travel through brush, pretty thick brush at times. But this is, so far I think the 7,000 contest is. It's too early to call it, particularly relative to other people. I think Carrie Blank has a pretty good chance of winning. I'm not surprised. He was kind of the individual who I thought was going to win this. If you look back on my streams from 2 weeks ago, I thought that I thought that Dr. Sumerian would have a good showing, and they have. Wouldn't be surprised if Harry Blank won. I'm a little afraid to read that article because I hope it isn't. Y'all got your alcoholic beverages, right? I hope it isn't Neo-Law Foundation. Take a drink. I'm kind of afraid that it is, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Harry Blank is an excellent writer. Sometimes he writes for people who are about a fourth of his age instead of up to his capabilities. But we'll see what this one is. I mean, it can't be too bad, right? So anyway, that's it for tonight. I'm trying to think of anything else to say. We'll do an SCP meta on Sunday, I hope. Actually, I plan. That's at 12 noon on Sunday. That's CST. And so we'll kind of talk about whatever. This went pretty well. How long do we do this tonight? 5 hours and 30 minutes. Well, that's pretty good, but it's nothing compared to Billith and Dr. Sumerian. So y'all check that out too. I can't wait to dip into that. That's an incredible feat. I can't believe they did that. Anyway, Couple other comments here. Fern says, goodness, I can't even remember all the ones I did for you. The old antique, yeah, we talked about that one. The unfortunate event we talked about. Out of luck we talked about. The old artifact, yeah. Because church, oh well, you know, hey. There are more important things. You had church tonight? Saturday? No, it's Friday. Oh, it's Saturday now for me. Jesus. Okay. Shout out to Fern. Y'all check it out. He's got a fundraiser. Great guy. You all know him. Great guy. Check it out. We'll do this again next week, just so we have more time. Fern, if you'd like to help out, if anyone would like to help out with this, I mean, I'd be more than happy to read your thoughts. I just ask that you're not the person who wrote it, because we would all like to be our own critics. But if you would like to write in a critique of one of these SCP-7000 so that it doesn't take me, I don't know, 6 hours to cover less than half of the submissions that have happened, then you are more than welcome to do that. In fact, if you want to, you can just send it here. Let me put this on the screen. There we go. That's the email. So you can email that. Like, that's fine. If multiple people send in something about the same article, I'll just read both of them or three of them or whatever. Let me just make this not move so it's easier to see. God, my brain. Okay, there it is. So that's the email address. So you can just send that in, and if you want, if I sniff and I think that you're the author, I'll send it right back to you. Equal and opposite force. So watch out. But anyway, appreciate it. Y'all check out Harmony's doing like a live stream for Dr. Sumerian. It's a telethon. There's a GoFundMe for him. I think Harmony's planning on doing that most of this weekend, like nonstop. So she'll beat this time. She'll beat Bill this time. So very exciting time for the space. I hope we can all talk about it. SCP Meta happens on Sunday, and that is a call-in show where we take your calls live. We accept trolls. We accept criticism. We accept questions, whatever you got. There's the number on the screen. Check it out. Sunday, 12 o'clock CST. We'll take your calls because it's a talk show, honestly. Let your voice be heard. Okay, well, this has been SCP-CRNP, a.k.a. Lack of Lepers. It's been a good time. Can't believe we did it together. I feel closer to you guys. Okay. Take it easy. Have a good one. See you next time.